It is Wednesday, and I'm not going to admit to you guys that I had to double produce the video yesterday that comes out on Sunday on my other channel because I spent about an hour and a half recording only to have my mic muted, and so that was my Tuesday. That was my Jahlon fail of the week. It's been a while. It's well, right off the bat, Blano Drano, 5 months of subs, and 2020 unity. Oh, that's a cool emote. I like the 2020 unity. That's a really cool one. Thank you for that. I like emotes. I like to have a nice big collection of them. Sad part is right now I have so many emotes I don't know all of the emotes that I have. But yeah, I derped yesterday. I was recording something. Somebody on the small YouTuber Reddit asked a really, really good question. So I wanted to dive into that. And the person had a great name too. The person had the name of Fully Ironic. That's just a great damn username. So popping in over here. Let's see. What are we going to take a look at today? Might troll the forums a little bit and see what people have been asking. Lots of good questions coming out. We actually have had a couple of new people join the Ashes of Creation community Discord over the last couple of days. They asked some stuff. We got Steven to rescind officially that Talnar artwork from a couple of years ago. Unfortunately, a couple of years ago they rescinded it, but only verbally during a conversation, and we were like, well, not we, Lex specifically was like, I need a quote. And then on Christmas we had a bunch of people come in. We've had a bunch of people come in and be like, oh, the Talnar looks so awesome. And you're like, but the Talnar don't look awesome because you don't know what the Talnar look like. And they're like, but it's on the wiki. But yeah, that's old. So yeah. I was happy Steven popped in and did that. It's also the 30th, man. We can see the finish line. We can see the finish line on 2020. What did I see? I saw a meme come out. Nobody better claim 2021 is their year. We're all just gonna sneak quietly into 2021. Everyone's gonna shut the hell up. They're gonna keep their hands to themselves and they're gonna keep their head down. Oh man. I do not know what 2021 has in store for us, but I do know that the first part of the year is, man, Frostpaw says, I cannot wait till 2020 is fucking over. Man, I'm going to tell you, 2021 needs to hurry up and get here. But can I just say we need to get to like February? Because the United States is going to be in just a shit show fucking political nightmare state in the first couple of weeks. Like, there are people who are saying that the Republicans should contest the Electoral College, and I'm like, no, just fucking let it go. Just let it go, and let's just get past the insanity of the post Cheeto Poof era, and let's just be good people, right? Let's just be good people for a couple of months, right? Let's just be good people for a couple of months. Alien invasion in 2021 incoming. I would not be surprised, man. It would not catch me off guard if 2021 is the year that a UFO like shows up in orbit, takes over all of the Starlink satellites and says, we're not coming back for like 300 of your Earth cycles. You all are not, evolved life, except that Jahlon guy. We're taking him. Like, we'll take him. The rest of you get to stay. We'll bring him back all genetically cyberpunk modified in 50 years and He'll be your new hegemon. He'll still be able to stream, though. The UFO has 10G, so he'll be able to stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from the UFO. Let's see. For the whole next year, when I hear 2021, I'm going to hear 2021. Yeah, man, 2020 actually, 2020 beat the dog shit out of the human race. And you know what the worst part is, guys? The worst part is nobody learned from it. Nobody learned a damn thing from it. So, will you have glitches like Cyberpunk 2077 too? Man, I don't even know what to say, man. All they had to do was check that the game ran on the two consoles that were supposed to be the only two consoles in existence when the game launched. If you remember, the game was supposed to launch so early in 2020, the next gen consoles weren't even supposed to be released yet. So what you're telling me, what you're ultimately saying to me is you didn't check the quality of the game on the consoles that you originally were going to release on. Like, come on. Like, there's a lot. If you guys don't know this, there's a class action lawsuit now against CD Projekt Red and Wrecked, and there's a bunch of things in the lawsuit. A couple of them are going to get thrown out, right? Well, let me take that back. Let me take it back. I can't say they're going to get thrown out. I can't say anything about that lawsuit because that lawsuit's not in America, so it's European law. If it was in America, a couple of the things would get thrown out right away. Consumers can't sue a company if the company's offering refunds. It just, that's in America, that dog doesn't hunt. That dog doesn't hunt, because what are you suing me for? You're suing me because you invested money, you got a glitchy game, but you can get a refund. Your settings got corrupted, you can't change any controls or anything, locks my game. What platform? PC, console, what? I mean, because on PC, if that happens, unfortunately, you gotta move your save files, delete everything, reinstall, and then put your save files back. PS5, yeah, I can't help you. I don't own a PS5. I got nothing. That sucks, though. That sucks. I already have seen 2020 props doused and soaked in fuel, ready to bid up like the 4th of July tomorrow evening. Man, 2020 was good to me. Other than we almost got out of 2020. We almost got, oh damn, yeah, 2020 was good to me. Oh shit, yeah, 94 times 2, 188. I'm $6 away from doubling one of my stock investments in less than 9 months. No, I am not Steven Sharif. I am Jahlon. Should be pretty evident by now. But yeah, 2020, man, there was a lot of stuff going on. But yesterday made me laugh. There was a guy on the official Discord yesterday talking about stocks, and I was like, yeah, making money in the stock market is easy. You just got to know what the fuck you're doing. And he's all like getting all mad. He lost 500 on options, I think he said. First of all, 500, you guys got to realize this. When you start talking about the stock market, $500 is front pocket money. It's not even wallet money. If you can't afford to lose money in the stock market, don't put money in the stock market. Well, put money in the stock market, but not into an individual stock. There's ways to make money. But there were a bunch of people there are a bunch of people on that Discord that make money every single day trading. Like I said, Disney is making me happy. I don't know how the fuck Disney is making this money, right? I don't know how Disney's stock is riding for the last 5 days, Disney stock, actually the last month, man, Disney stock jumped from 154 to 182. I bet you it has to do with, I got to do some research after the show. I bet you that has to do with all the Mandalorian offshoots that they're doing, man. They struck gold. They struck gold with the Mandalorian. They've got the Mandalorian. They've got the no spoiler spinoff of the Mandalorian. They've got the no spoiler second spinoff after the Mandalorian. They've got the Obi-Wan TV show coming out. They're doing 3 new movies under new leadership, man. Oh, and they've got Mandalorian season 4. Well, Mandalorian season 3, Mandalorian season 3 isn't for 2 years now because they've got number one, those guys have been working just nonstop trying to get things done, right? They just been crushing it. Knocking it out. If you notice, there's a lot of TV shows that haven't been able to keep up with their productions. A lot of TV shows haven't been able to keep up with their productions. Disney has. So rock on, Disney. It's time. I mean, if you guys saw, a lot of movies that were slated to come out are going direct to release, direct to home. I don't necessarily agree with the one thing Disney did. I kind of understand it. When Mulan came out on Disney Plus, but you had to pay like $25 to own it. Yeah, I understand why they did that, because Disney Plus was still on the promotional. In fact, Disney Plus, I don't think they raised their rates, at least for us. I don't think they raised their rates for us, and we just secured another year because fuck, I haven't even started to watch shit. And I'm hoping that Disney finally decides to release the Fox films that they own. Alien, Predator, Die Hard, anything that's ever been a Fox movie, they own. I wish they'd do something with it. With that said, guys, I am Jahlon. No, there's no Firefly season 2. Summer Glau and Nathan Fillion are unavailable. Summer Glau went back to ballet a couple of years ago. I haven't really followed what happened since. I can't show you guys the awesome photo I have of her. I have this awesome autographed Cameron. Summer Glau is a Terminator. It's CJ. If you want to live, come with me. I was like, that's awesome. I like it. I was like, I like to just point the camera at it. I think she got out of ballet because she broke a toe. And when you're in ballet, that's a really big thing. I don't know. I don't remember the whole story, but anyway, as the Stream Elements bot commands us, haven't committed to Ashes of Creation yet. Ashes of Creation. Oh man. I'm not gonna call out another content creator, but I am gonna say a content creator put out a video yesterday, and it wasn't a bad video. However, that content creator needs to rein in their fans a little bit. I mean, you can't. There's nothing you can do. You're gonna have fans that are fanatics, that say stuff. But man, you gotta always, sometimes you gotta disavow. You gotta disavow some of your fans sometimes, because I would never support one of my fans if they said they were spreading my message and saying Jahlon is neutral. I am definitely not neutral. I am definitely opinionated. I believe in opinionated spin, but I always put both opinions on it. Well, somebody put out a video yesterday, and one of their followers, fanatics, was like, this is a really neutral piece. And I was like, no, man, after the first minute and 30 seconds, this isn't a neutral piece. And then Steven was kind of cool about it. Steven came in and he said, Steven said, yeah, that's not a neutral piece. Steven's not against people doing critical pieces, but call them what they are. If it's a critical piece, call it a critical piece. What else? Like I said, Steven did disavow those Talnar images from the past. So those black and white silhouetted ones, they're probably off the wiki now. Let me go check the wiki. I have a copy, but let me see. Oh no, he's still got them up there. Oh, these do okay. I'll show you guys these. I like the way they did that. These do not represent. Good. That is a good way to do it. It is a very good. It's very, very good. Can't believe I make that joke. Everyone got their alcohol ready for tomorrow? Yeah, these are the old Talnar concept arts. These are disavowed. These are Ethan Hunt in Mission Impossible. They got captured. This is our IMF force, and they got captured. They've all been disavowed. But some people keep seeing these and like, oh my God, the Talnar look badass. Yeah, right there, Milos. These look sick. Yeah, unfortunately, these are disavowed. I'm gonna say this: that first row all the way to the right, the insect-looking thing, that's what got me excited for the Talnar in the beginning. And now they're not doing Talnar, or they're not doing insect Talnar. I think they should do insect Talnar, but they don't listen to me. They absolutely don't listen to me, which is okay. But I'm telling you, insect Talnar would be a moneymaker. Also today, I have a phone call with the lawyer, and it won't be like the attorney. If you guys remember a couple of months ago, 5 months ago now, I knew I had a meeting with the accountant, and I'm looking at the time. I'm like, oh, I still have an hour. But my accountant, one of the people putting in a bid to be the accountant for the company, they were on East Coast time. And I was like, oh, I still have an hour. And then they fucking called me. I forgot that we had booked an East Coast time zone appointment time. So it was like, oh shit. So today my appointment with the attorney is much later in the day. But gotta talk to them. End off the year. Speaking of 2021, gotta learn how to do corporate taxes. I didn't know this. Website hosting fees are tax deductible for corporations as long as the website has promotional marketing material on it and does not have simply a shopping cart. If you have an actual marketing branch, so I get to write off the two websites. For those of you wanting to get into Alpha 1, I bring good tidings. I don't bring you a definite answer, but I bring you good tidings. Steven said in a thread yesterday, one of the main reasons for evaluating the pre-tests prior to opening up Alpha 1 sales again was to see the stability of the multi-server selection code and how individual server deployments held up. That, along with our world concurrency and individual server performances, did indeed hold up to our expectation and gives me the first green light for consideration of opening future sales. You can expect more info on this during January. I would imagine that a smart marketing guy will touch on Alpha 1 sales during his creative director's letter that's due out in just over a week. 8 days. Well, we'll call it 9 days. Should be getting the creative director letter from Steven. Hopefully he'll go into stuff like that. Now, for people thinking that the Alpha 1 sales are instantly going to pop back open, that's probably not going to happen. And I hope it doesn't. I think Steven and Intrepid open themselves up to too much negative publicity if they open up Alpha 1 sales before the Alpha 1 has actually started. I'm kind of in a bind here because my NDA sort of makes me fumble and stumble over something I want to talk about. So all I can say is, and you'll have to just trust me, trust the man behind the curtain. I think it would be a mistake to open up Alpha 1 sales until after Alpha 1 has actually started. They could open up Alpha 1 sales after the first weekend of the Alpha 1, especially since they say that there's more Alpha 1 coming. So I think if your Alpha 1 sales are going to start, or I'm sorry, if your Alpha 1 is going to start on April 6th, I think you go through the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. Well, maybe not the 12th. I think you go the 6th through the 11th with the batch of people you have. And then on the morning of the 12th, you look at where you're at and you say, yeah, we're ready to open. Let people see Alpha 1 first without the NDA. I definitely agree that you need to let the people see Alpha 1 first without the NDA, because you need to let them see it both in the pre-test, that one in March, that week-long event, and you have to let them see it in April. Here's my fear for Intrepid. My fear for Intrepid is that they're going to reopen Alpha 1 sales. The worst case scenario for them is they reopen Alpha 1 sales before March 19th, and then something happens on March 19th and it looks like total dog shit. And then you're going to get hit with the rope-a-dope, the left, right, Ali just working them into the corner, because in order for you to open up Alpha 1 sales, what you just saw Steven say, right? What you just saw Steven say was, based on all of these things that we evaluated, I have my first green light. Well, that's great, because again, box, mute, speak no evil. Steven obviously has to make that statement. We have green lights across the board. If you have green lights across the board and the whole thing fucking crumbles like a gingerbread house made by a 7-year-old, then you're going to have a problem, because then people are going to say, well, you've been evaluating, you have green flags green lights across the board. You put more people in it, it fell apart like a house of cards. Now, how do you answer that to the media? How do you answer that to your own community? I think letting the NDA alpha, the NDA preview happen in March, letting that happen, making sure it looks good, feels good, sounds good, smells good, tastes good, all 5 senses, sensory overload, visually addicted, plays well, no hiccups, blah, blah, blah. And then you move into the Alpha 1 test. And again, when you have more people streaming it, making content on it, give it 5 days, make sure it goes good, and then open it up. Because then if you open it up and it all falls apart, then you get to turn a negative into a positive and say, well, I'm glad we opened up Alpha 1 sales, because adding on X number percentage of people, good marketing plug, we added on X number percentage of people, we were able to find something that we wouldn't have found with our previous existing alpha group. They got to be very careful. They're blind in a minefield right now. I have a question. I read an article on a website where they talk about Ashes of Creation. They say the game will be monetized with a subscription monthly for each account. I know that the game still needs time to out, but is that the idea of the monetization of the game? Yes, the monetization of the of Ashes of Creation is a required monthly subscription and an optional cosmetic cash out. There is no box price, there's no DLC fee, there's no expansion pack free. No expansion pack free, expansion packs are free. There's inevitably going to be people who complain when they buy Alpha 1 with the wrong expectations. Absolutely. There is going to be people who buy Alpha 1 not knowing that this is a Western alpha. This is definitely a alpha the way alpha should be used. What you see when an Asian game, when you see in an Asian game what they call alpha, that's not an alpha, that's a marketing promotion. They call it alpha because they want people to buy in with the unrealistic expectation that you're testing it for the Asian community or the Asian developer or the Eastern developer, and that they're going to make changes. They're going to make changes to the game, and that's unrealistic. The game's already been out. Usually an Asian game that imports to the West has been out for a year. Then they do localization, and then they tweak the monetization model. They're not making any changes to the game for the most part. The only thing they're going to change is the cash shop. That's not an alpha. That's a marketing promotion. Speaking of games in alpha, my friends at Dynamite Studios, people behind Fractured, they are allowing people to play Fractured for free from the 30th till the 3rd. You guys know that I'm a content creator for Fractured as well. Wishing the Fractured people all the best. Why? Yeah, open play test for the end of the year. They want to get some data. So, nah, I don't have to give you a key. It's free. And then you can win a key for the winter alpha if you do the thingamabobbers that they talk about in the article. Then you can win yourself a permanent, or not a permanent key. Highest PvP ranking, best game footage, best most creative character build, most knowledge acquired in the coolest land parcel. Oh yeah, the winner of each contest gets a key that grants permanent access to the game from here till full release and after. So they're giving away 5 copies of the game for Fractured. So yeah, check that article out. You guys know I'm a content creator for Fractured. And if anybody ever decides to buy Fractured, code Jahlon or code Paradox, they'll save you 10% at checkout. That's the first company that I ever got a big boy code at. I got my big boy code. I can now give you discounts. First Fractured, and now the world, man. We need to get that Arizona Tea code. All these other streamers and stuff, they go for Gamer Grind Coffee. I don't want Gamer Grind Coffee to be my sponsor. Although we would definitely take a sponsorship from Gamer Grind. I'm not jumping in on affiliate programs. I'm not a stock car, man. I'm not letting everybody put their logo on my ass and, you know, wear a full length leather trench coat with 97 sponsors on it. But I would love if Arizona Tea would make an Arnold Palmer with like Arnie on the can and then Chibi on the can. That would be awesome. That would change the world right there. Oh yeah, I gotta make a note. I screwed something up. I'll also say very, very sadly, I keep looking at my Origin PC ship date, and I was hoping that it would speed up, but it doesn't look like it's going to. Yeah, my wife is awake. We forgot we've got a cat that needs a special diet. He needs special food, and we got to make sure we reorder it. But yeah, I keep looking at my Origin website. I keep looking at the Origin website and like the estimated ship date, and I'm like, it's so far away. Hurry up, Origin. I need the new machine. I need it. So, the truth of the matter, I took out. My computer was doing all sorts of weird shit, right? It was restarting all the time. And I have an Omen I have a cube, and I took off one of the plates on the radiator, which isn't supposed to be taken out. I mean, it can be, but I took out one of the plates and it stopped resetting. So I think I actually have a ventilation issue, but all the fans are running. The nothing's overheating. So technology, man. Sometimes technology is just a pain. Let's see. It's Fotar. Morning, Fotar. It's going good. My family is sick. My teenager most likely has COVID. My wife has COVID. My little one, is getting sick, but she's not getting COVID. She gets sick all the time. Did I get rid of the dust? Had no dust, man. I keep my stuff clean. I open up my case and I clean it periodically. I'm not one of those gamers where you open up their case and there's like cockroaches and ants and 97 pounds of dust bunnies. I don't do that. I keep my stuff clean. Man, it's so weird to say this again in 2020, but let me remind people, if you buy electronics from people off of like Craigslist, okay, don't bring that shit into your house right away. Put that shit in your garage for like a day, especially if it's something you can open. I know somebody that bought a PlayStation 2 back in the day, and then like the next day when they woke up, they had massive amounts of cockroaches in their house. Cockroaches will climb into electronics to stay warm, and then you've just brought them into a nice new house that they're gonna piece out and get everywhere. So yeah, if you buy electronics off of Craigslist, make sure that you leave them in your garage for a day, open them up if you can, make sure there's not like bugs, cockroaches especially, mice in computers. If you're buying a desktop from somebody, I mean, obviously a lot of people are going to open up the desktop while they're there to look at it, but yeah, mice will get into desktops because they stay warm, so keep that in mind. By the way, guys, I think Epic Games Store's free games are just about to roll out. Hopefully you guys have been picking up all your free games. I haven't sent out any tweets because there hasn't been anything like, oh my God, amazing offered by Epic Games. It was funny that everybody got so excited because there were all these great games on the rumored to be given away by the Epic Games Store. And then it turned out that it was like somebody started that as a joke, that you track down the origin of the picture. It originated in Romania. It's like, what is wrong with you people? They're not giving away like the newest Resident Evil. They're not giving they're not giving away the new Resident Evil Monster Hunter World. They're not giving away all that stuff. I mean, they have given away some good games in the past, but they're not gonna like give away all that stuff in a 7-day period. Yeah, put electronics in a large garbage bag, double bag it, let it sit there for a week or two, suffocate anything in there. Maybe add 7 dust if something you can open and clean well. Yeah, I mean, if you can open it and make sure there's nothing in it, then go for it. But yeah, I would not bring electronics into my house from people. Not from people. People are dirty. All right. This is a cool map. I like the retro map. I like the retro everything. Oh, but there's only 3 mobs. We could have we could have started a while ago. What if you bought it from aliens? Then be extra careful because you don't want aliens or predators showing up. Oh, look at this. All sorts of goodies on the new Retrolandia. Loyalty token. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll go down the bottom. Go down the bottom today. See if we can clear out 1 in good time. Alrighty. So one thing people are really excited for Ashes is they're waiting for these class videos, or these archetype videos, I should say. Remember, there's 8 archetypes, and then each archetype has access to 8 classes. So it's not really a 64 class system. It's really, the more I think about it and the more I try to explain it to people, there's not really 64 classes. There are, but it's really an 8 archetype, 8 subclasses sort of system, because you can't change your primary. Now, this fireball, this up and jump and twist, we already got confirmation that this up and jump, let me replay it. We already got confirmation that this up and jump and twist animation is going away. Steven confirmed that on Discord the other day, that he said it's too much. They're going to probably repurpose the animation for a different ability, which I think they should. I think the animation is good. I think it's too much for Fireball, your stock ability. I have no problem with the animation. Like some of these, what did somebody say on my show on Monday? They felt that Ashes of Creation was too cartoony. And I said, Ashes of Creation's art isn't too cartoony, but I will say that the animations, the combat animations and the effects definitely are over the top. Definitely over the top for, you know, a realistic game. I mean, it's hard to say this. What is too much for a realistic game? Because, it's not like we've ever seen Magic before. Like Magic, we've seen like Magic tricks, like David Copperfield, you know, Kirby Van Birch, Penn and Teller. They don't have big flashy stuff. Shinlim's an amazing sleight of hand magician. But and Matt Franco, sorry. I was searching for the last of the modern magicians I like. But people say it's unrealistic. It's too cartoony. I definitely would say the art itself isn't too cartoony. The animations maybe are a little anime, maybe a little over the top, but I wouldn't say the art direction itself is too cartoony. I would say WoW is too cartoony, but I wouldn't say the art direction. So I actually corrected someone on the Reddit about over the top effects. I included a link from your reviewing the October 2020 live stream and the actual stream so they could get the "we are going to scale it back" from Steven's mouth. Yeah. Later, August Jade. Have fun at work. The thing is, I do not understand the current haters of Ashes of Creation, because this is actually what I feel like they do. They find their one thing that they want to be offended about. And they don't go look up anything else. Oh, shit. They don't go look up anything else, and they latch onto something. Sorry, I made a typo in a video I just released. Analytics. No, not analytics, content. They move shit around in the studio. I hated 2020 so much that I backdated my video a whole year. Oops. Let me reply to the comment. 2020 was so bad, I pretended it was still 2019. Thanks. It's fixed. That means I probably. Oh wait, I probably didn't put a year on the. The Twitch video the other day. Man, I'm so bad about years. I'm so bad about years. But yeah, I don't get what's up with these haters. They find one thing that they dislike, they latch onto it like a dog with a fucking bone, and then it's like they hang up on the, well, it's my opinion and my opinion cannot be wrong. First of all, guys, I want to eliminate this mentality I want to eliminate this mentality. Your opinion cannot be wrong, but your opinion can be based on like flawed data or false facts. And if your opinion is based on false facts, your opinion can't be wrong because it's your opinion. But your opinion does come off as stupid. Wasn't a hater, was worried about large battles and not being able to see what was going on, and said they must have missed that stream. They were excited and acknowledged and it's being addressed. Oh, good. That's a good person then. That's a good person with actual legitimate concerns and feedback, not just I hate this. Like there's a guy on MMORPG.com. He's not even worth talking to because he's just so jaded. He's so jaded. He's gonna just drag you down to you're gonna hate yourself after you're gonna hate yourself after talking to the guy. You're just gonna feel that bad about yourself. So some people are just not worth engaging with. I did like that suddenly again, I stopped following MMORPG.com because of their biased views on Ashes. It didn't mean to link. It's okay. Links are fine. MMORPG.com has a very, 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 how can I put this? They need to hire somebody. They need to hire a new editor at MMORPG.com who needs to come in, give everybody 2 weeks off and literally tell them, if you want to keep getting paid, take 2 weeks off. We're going to push out a message to everybody that we're doing something that is dangerous in media. We're going to take a 2-week hiatus. We're not pushing out anything. And when you come back, if you come back, like Balian from Kingdom of Heaven, if you rise a night. If you come back to your job and realize you need to write more facts and less opinions. So much media anymore isn't media, it's editorial. We can't even get news pieces anymore. The original comment, the mage abilities look dope. What do you guys think about the animation particle effects? How do you think that's going to look in large scale PvP? Yeah. Let me switch off from the twins fight to is this it? Yeah, this is an example of PvP, and this isn't even 50, or this isn't even large scale. This is just small numbers. Just watch Steven die, because it never gets old. Steven, look at this. You can't even see what the hell is going on. Look, just this is like, what is going on? What's going on is Steven's dying. This is too much. This is, and I'm not trying to be funny, but this is almost seizure inducing. All right. This is almost seizure inducing. So are you willing to share how many months worth of funding you currently have to sustain your development? Also, is the criminal system supposed to allow a corrupted criminal lifestyle in game? Okay, first of all, I am not a developer at Ashes of Creation, but I can answer that question. How many months worth of funding you currently have to sustain your development? Don't worry about the money sustaining the development, because the owner of the company he has pledged up to $40 million of his money to see it through. He has pledged up to $40 million of his money to see it through. The one thing I will tell you is that Intrepid is not at risk of going broke. Okay. I've done some really, 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 really basic math. Right? Outsider looking in. And I can tell you that they have at least 2 years of money left from everything I can confirm, like that they've made cross-referenced against everything I can confirm that they spent. Now, keep in mind, I'm an outsider looking in. I don't have access to their books, but they have at least 2 years of money left. They're not going to pull a Soulbound Studios. They're not going to pull a Caspian and just be like, oh, sorry, fuck, it's January, we're out of money. You don't have to worry about that. Is the criminal system supposed to allow a complete criminal lifestyle in game? No. You cannot survive as a corrupted. Number one, when you're corrupted, and if you go to ashes101.com, you can read all. Hold on, let me go get the link, because that way you can go directly to You can go directly to corruption. I spent a lot of time on detailing corruption because a lot of people don't understand this. In Ashes of Creation, corruption makes you like the dickhead. It doesn't make you the bad guy. It makes you the dickhead. It makes you the guy who's killing people who do not want to PvP. Some people say, well, I like to be the bad guy. Good, be the bad guy. Be the guy that sieges nodes, that raids caravans, that declares wars, do all those things. But don't pick on the poor guy who's just out there mining. Leave him the hell alone. Leave the greens alone. And some people are like, well, I like my PvP and I like to be able to PvP anybody I want. And I turn around and I say to him, no, you don't like PvP. You like ganking. Because somebody who says they like PvP doesn't want to run around and kill people who don't want to fight. PvPers want good fights. Gankers want kills. Raiding caravans doesn't make you corrupted. No, none of the PvP themes makes you corrupted. Highly recommend that link for you then, because you have Ashes 101. Just real quick, my background, I have an MA in education. My site is slightly different than the wiki. The wiki is a good site. I use it all the time. It's a collection of facts and citations, but unfortunately there's no story. There's no linear progression with that. There are 8 PvP themes in Ashes of Creation. Any sanctioned PvP event doesn't involve the flagging system and doesn't give you corruption. In fact, we found out that you don't even get the death penalties for raids, sieges, caravans, and arenas. I do have to ask, I need to ask a very specific question to Steven about bounty hunting, because bounty hunting is a PvP theme, but it's also the flagging system. So I need to ask him a specific question. I need another I need another interview with Steven, but he's probably not recovered from the last two. Because being in the hot seat with me, that's rough, man, because I ask questions. The other thing right now is it's not a good time for an interview because they're still developing a lot of things, and we're at the point now I'd probably be asking questions on things that they're not buttoned down yet. They're still going a couple of different ways. The 2020 live stream where Steven says, I can't see anything. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people have it in their head. A lot of people have it in their head that this is what an alpha should look like. And they have it in their head that this is what an alpha should look like because they've engaged in other alphas from other companies at other times on other occasions that weren't really alphas. How can I, okay, let me put this into different terms. Imagine, and you all have been there. You've all been at those like second or third rate, you all have been to a second or third rate amusement park. And for second or third rate, I'm going to go with Six Flags. Most Europeans. I don't know any like amusement parks in Europe. But Americans, you know Six Flags, the chain of amusement parks across America, the Six Flags. That's an amusement park. That's a theme park. However, I would not compare Six Flags to Disney World. I wouldn't make that comparison. I wouldn't make that comparison. However, the truth is they're both nestled under the heading of theme park. So yes, Six Flags Great America, Six Flags Mid America, you know, they're theme parks, but they don't stand up very well to competition against Disney. That's the same sort of thing where you see everyone's like, okay, I think this is an alpha. I think ArcAge's preview is an alpha. And then I see Ashes of Creation. I say, well, Ashes of Creation looks like it sucks compared to the ArcAge alpha. And I'm like, yes, if we're going to say compared to the ArcAge alpha, then yes, Ashes of Creation sucks compared to the Ashes of Creation alpha sucks compared to the Arcade Alpha, because the Arcade Alpha was a finished, polished game that had already been released in Korea for over a year, where Ashes of Creation is still a game where the nuts, the bolts, not even just the nuts and the bolts, the guts of the game are still being developed. So a lot of people need to keep that in mind. There are steps in things that are done. One thing I keep reminding people, and I talked about it on Monday, I'll talk about it again today, is people see that video with all of those particle effects, all of those effect animations, and they're like, this is too much. It is always easier to scale down an animation. And because I don't want to inappropriately say, I haven't been able to find the citation I was looking for. So I'm going to say it is easier to take an animation that you've assigned 50,000 polygons to and say, okay, this is too much. Let's dial it down to 20,000. It is much easier to front load your first 40 abilities to be really, really loud, really, really obnoxious, right? It's better to start with this insanity. This is him hiding. It's better to start with this insanity, that this is so much, and then have 40 abilities built and say, all right, guys, I need you to scale down these abilities because this is too much. And then that's going to give us our mile markers, our left and our right of how much is enough and how much is too much. If they did it the other way, where they started off with 5,000 poly count and it wasn't enough, then you go to the artist and you say, okay, take it up to 10. Well, now they have to rework 40 animations. All right, take it up to 15. They have to rework 40 animations. Take it up to 20. Shit, we got to rework those 40 animations. You're creating what's known as tack time, which is basically just touch time. If you can hard scale it and cut it once, and remember, and this isn't just Intrepid saying this, I have confirmed this with other Unreal artists. And I don't understand everything they do, but they don't have to do as much rework to dial down as they do to dial up. They can go in and the artist can go into the animation and they can it's easier to drop off the animation. So when people say that they went too big too soon, you're damn right they went too big too soon, because they needed to see how too big was going to look. At the same time, what if everybody playing a new MMORPG wasn't trying to play on a potato? There is an advantage to developing on console. And the advantage to developing on console is you know exactly what people are going to be running because there's only one configuration. There is the console configuration. And yes, I know in like second gen of the same, like PS5 version 2, they'll make some tweaks and some changes, but you still develop to the PlayStation 5 core specifications. But when you're doing a PC game, right off the bat, let's just create variations right off the bat. AMD graphics cards, NVIDIA graphics cards. NVIDIA graphics cards, 10 series, 20 series, 30 series. 30 series, 3060, 3070, 3080, 3090, and then Titan versions. Without even going into CPUs, processors, motherboards, or RAM count, I already created like 20 different variations of setups. So yeah, they're gonna have some moments in alpha, a developmental alpha, where they missed the mark. But they didn't miss the mark. We say they missed the mark. They hit the mark by missing the mark. They pegged in this is about, all right, we got 40 people here. This fight's already impossible to see. We need to turn around and we need to dial this down a whole lot. We need to dial this down by half. Well, here's the thing. Say they have 40 abilities out of 320 built. They have 40 ability, and I don't even know if they have 40. They may not even be 40. It may be 27, to be honest with you. They may not have built out all of them. The reason why I say 40 is because I Alpha Zero classes had animations. They weren't great. They weren't stellar. They weren't amazing, but they were good. They were good for Alpha Zero. So say they have 40 out of 320 abilities done. Now they know for the other 280 abilities, they know how much muchness to put on those. And that's what Jeff was saying. Jeff was saying, or Steven said it, once you have your process refined, then you can build everything else a whole lot faster. And just a case in point, if you're saying to yourself that doesn't make a lot of sense, I built that bookcase, and then I built that bookcase. That bookcase, I had to figure out the process. What parts are there? What are the steps? That bookcase probably took me 25 minutes to build. That one took me like 5. Because I already read the instructions. I already knew how all the pieces fit together. I already knew all the obstacles, all the challenges, all the bullshit I was going to run into. I figured all that out on the first one. So when I figured it out on the first one, the second one was faster. Now, what if I did a whole row of bookshelves, the same style? Well, yeah, of course. If I have a whole row of bookshelves, all the same style, the first one takes me 25 minutes. The next one takes me 5. Maybe 5 is the optimal development or the optimal build time. Maybe the first one takes me 25, the second takes me 15, the third takes me 10, the fourth takes me 5, because I keep refining the process. That's another thing. Most people do not have project manager experience, because most people never either 1 want to be project managers, or 2, they don't work in industries that are led by project managers. Although I'm going to be honest, every single thing you do in your life, from the moment you wake up to the moment you go to sleep, every single thing you do in your life is a process. So every single thing in your life can be analyzed by a project manager and made more efficient. But most industries still don't operate like that. So they don't understand project management. So yeah, I have no fear. I have no fear that they're going to get the animations right. Now, are the animations going to continue to feel cartoony, anime? I hesitate to call them cartoony, but I will definitely agree that after looking at the twins fight and how much is going on, sure. I don't think it sounds cartoony, because for me, cartoony is like Warner Brothers, Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck. Hey, stop it. So I don't want to say cartoony, but I definitely say, when we go back to the twins fight, it certainly does look anime. Definitely shades of anime. I'm not going to disagree with that. And somebody was complaining about the animation not following the contour of the terrain. First pass. That's really all I can say is, like, first pass. How many times do you get something perfect on your first attempt? And I'm going to say probably very rarely. You probably very rarely get something right on your first attempt. For example, I'll share with you guys one of my Christmas presents. I got, do I have it? I probably have it on the desktop. So one of my Christmas presents was a waffle iron, and it's Baby Yoda. Sorry, Baby Yoda. We're gonna call him Baby Yoda, because no spoilers. But it's a Baby Yoda waffle iron. You can see this first waffle had a little bit of overrun. It said 3/4 to 1 cup. Well, you think the second waffle, you think the third waffle turned out a little bit better? Yes, absolutely. The second waffle and the third waffle turned out a little bit better. Improved the process. I agree. I like PvP, and I'm at my happiest when I find a knockdown drag-out fight that pushes my skill to their limit against a worthy opponent. You know, Blano, there's not too many people who say this, but I prefer a fight. I prefer a good fight where I've lost rather than an easy fight where I've won. And I play Heroes of the Storm. I play Heroes of the Storm mainly because I understand it. I'm fairly decent at it. But like yesterday, I had one fight that we won in like literally like six and a half minutes. There's nothing fun about winning in 6.5 minutes in a fight that's supposed to take 20. At the same time, there's nothing fun about losing in 6.5 minutes when a fight is supposed to take about 20. The good fights are the ones where, yeah, close games are more enjoyable than stomps. Absolutely. Absolutely. I enjoy any fight as long as the objective is meaningful and interesting. That's another reason why the corruption system, I think, is going to keep the game delivering what Intrepid wants it to deliver. So you run around and you stomp noobs for 3 hours. And you inherit so much corruption that you now have to spend the next 7 days grinding experience because you finally ran into a bounty hunter and the bounty hunter killed you, and then you rezzed and you had so much corruption that you had to die again and again and again and again and again. You went on a murder hobo spree, you murdered 100 people. Now, not only do you have to grind XP to get all your negative experience back, but you have to go and do quests for several days in a row to work all of the karma off of your soul, because your soul is now stained with the murder of 100 people. And so, was that worth it to you? Was it worth it to you to literally set yourself up where you can't go raid with your guild because you're a level effective 40, not a level 40. You don't de-level in ashes. You are effectively, though, a level 40 because you have so much negative XP that your combat effectiveness is that of a level 40. I'll tell you right now, if I'm not if I'm the raid leader, I'm going to tell you right now, if you show up to a raid sacked with corruption, I'm probably going to kick you out of the raid and say, great, go work off your personal problems and come back when you're not a hindrance. What? They're all alive. I checked on them. They are all alive. You telling stories. Feeling frisky? You feeling frisky? You want to be seen? This is one of the producers. And, oh, yeah, you don't like I have gloves on. I'm sorry. This is one of the producers. And this is Mr. Piddles. Because he's starting to piddle everywhere. Because he's old. That makes him a bad cat. Want the light? Here. So, will the corruption be persistent over an entire account or just per character? Just per character. However, corruption does not fade with time. The only way to get rid of corruption is to grind it off with XP. Then what stops me from having a PK alt? The fact that you have to treat that alt like a main. So you have a PK alt and it develops corruption. Great. You log out. When you log in next time, you still have all that corruption. This isn't a timer sort of deal. So you can have a PK alt, and like I said, you go kill 100 people. That alt is now effectively a combat level 40. So you have to go and do all the things a main character would do to grind off. But I mean, that's true, but your statement where you can't raid because of corruption probably wouldn't happen a lot. Here's the thing. Where are you getting all this time? Where is all this time coming from? That's the thing. When this argument happens, or when this discussion happens, where are you getting all this time? Where are you getting all the time to run your main character, develop your main character, keep your main character relevant by doing your horizontal progression, which requires you to repeat it all the time? Because remember, you don't get to the rank of bishop in your religion for your extra augment and then not do it again. You do it each PvP cycle, each month, each rotation, each whatever. You constantly are knocking that out. So number one, your main character has maintenance you have to do on it. Number two, right? Number two, you have to level your alt to level 50. So that's 45 days. That's 45 days of 46 hours a day for you to level that alt to 50. Because let's be honest, can you be a PK murder hobo at lower levels? Sure, you can. But eventually you're going to have to get to level 50 because eventually everybody else will have gotten to level 50. So that's just how the piece works. And then, so now you're having to split your time between keeping your main relevant and your alt out of XP debt. In my mind, I would mainly play on my main character, but sometimes just hop on a PK alt to fuck around. Doesn't matter if the alt is high level or not, because you can just kill anyone. You can target lower level groups. Except remember, if you're a lower level character and you get corruption, the length of time that you can run around being a murder hobo is lower, because when you're a level 50, you can run around and murder hobo a lot of level 20s to level 30s because you're level 50, and every time you get corruption, it's just bringing you closer to being able to be killed by those level 30s. If you start off as a low level and you kill people, the corruption is just going to bring you down so fast that you get knocked on your ass. And remember, you always get a double helping of fuck you from corruption. The first helping of fuck you from corruption comes from, as you're corrupted, your combat stats go down. Every time you earn more corruption, your combat stats continue to deteriorate. So you're a level 50, you kill, I don't know how many people it is, so I'm going to say you kill 5 people. Your combat stats are now that of a level 49. The next fight you get into, you're fighting a level 50, you're effectively a level 49 combat-wise. And let's say you kill that guy. You keep killing. Now you're effectively a level 48. Now you're effectively a level 47. Now you die, right? Now you die. And you get all your corruption cleared. Now you're saddled with so much negative experience that you're effectively a level 48. Now you have to go grind. So keep that in mind. You're not going to have a PK alt to fuck around with, because that PK alt will need tender loving care, time investment, energy investment, and now you lost your gear on death as well. Yeah, and there is the ultimate get fucked. You may RNG drop your main hand weapon. Now you're like, fuck, now I don't even have a main hand. Now I gotta go and I gotta fucking get a new main hand before I can even start grinding off my corruption. And also remember, and we're gonna Bob Ross it up here. Hold on. I will tell you why there's a valid reason to PvP in the game, because there's about 8 of them. But remember, this is your corruption, and this is your number of kills. So your first guy, 1 kill gives you 1 corruption on a 1-for-1 correlation. Now, on your second kill, here's 2, here's 3. On your second kill, you might go up to 2.5 corruption, because the number of kills on your soul compounds how much corruption you get per murder. So it's not a linear curve like this, where the more kills I get, the more corruption I get. It's a very pointed upward scaling, because the more murders you have on your soul, the more corruption you get per kill. Is there an actual valid reason to PvP in this game other than the in-game mechanics of guild versus guild and caravan stuff? Exponential, thank you. Yeah, node sieges, node wars, guild sieges, guild wars, castle sieges, guild sieges, caravans, arenas, enemy of the state, bounty hunting. There is not really. Is there? Are you saying is there a valid reason to murder people in the game? No, there's not a valid reason to murder hobo people in the game. Not at all. Is there a valid reason to PvP in the game? Yes, the eight meaningful PvP activities. That is you have the option to PK and gank. The game isn't designed to be a murder hobo game. Exactly. Now, somebody will say, then why bother having open world PvP at all? I'm going to pretend that this isn't we're going to get there, Sparky. I'm going to pretend that this isn't a world boss fight at the moment. I'm going to pretend that purple node you see, that purple crystal right there. Imagine that purple crystal is a ultra rare gathering spawn, right? And it requires a master miner to harvest. And Fufu Kachu, shit on you, you're not a master miner. So you find this really rare purple, quiet. I just said, we're not talking about it as a boss mechanic. So this purple crystal is a really, really real rare spawn, and you find it, but you're not a master miner. You don't have the ability to harvest it. And you know that purple crystal drops 4 to 6 crystal shards, and they're each worth 100,000 gold. So you bait the trap a little bit. You start a rumor that resource node is there, and you let it. You're sitting. You're behind that rock a little bit, and you're just hanging out and wait. And lo and behold, a level 50 miner comes along and hits it, and they now have in their bag 4 to 6 purple shards that are worth 100,000 gold each. You run up, Control F, stab, 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 stab. Hope that they don't Control F to go purple, because you want them to die as a green, because you want them to drop hopefully 2 of those shards. You kill them, you scoop the loot, and then you run off to try to work off your corruption before you get killed and drop 400% of the drop rate. So that's one reason why I don't want people to think that there won't be open world PKing. There will be, but it's going to be the risk versus reward balance. You just watch that guy gathering corn, and corn is like 2 copper a piece. No, I'm not going to kill that guy to take a percentage of the corn he just gathered at 2 copper a piece. But I did come back to my silver vein that I had found. Remember, there's individual hit nodes, and there are deep vein nodes, like trees that have multiple chops, veins that have multiple chops. I come back, I need another 700 silver to finish an order, to finish leveling, to finish grinding my craft. It's part of my social organization trial, whatever it is. So I watch that guy finish mining out my silver. I kill him because I need that silver. Say you PK in a large group. Do you get corruption for assists? Right now, only the person who delivers the coup de grace, the death stroke, gets the corruption. However, I imagine Jahlon, I imagine it's going to change because it's a huge flaw. I believe that it's going to change, that everybody that hit the person within X number of seconds of them dying, will get corruption. What primary and second archetypes will I be going for? It is way too soon for me to even have. The only thing I'll tell you is, due to these things, these horrible meat hooks at the end of my hands, I would probably not play tank, probably not play fighter and not play rogue. I have very, very bad use of this hand. This hand is starting to go. I have the compression gloves on today. Really, really sore hands today. So I will probably not play fighter or rogue. Anything else right now is up for debate. Let's see. That guy's about to get a really good resource node, so you kill them to get it yourself. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Hope they have some contested boss fights like an Arcade in the early days where you contest a boss for 2 days straight, having a raid night shift with your guild. Yes, I remember having shifts in Arcade. Let's talk about boss fights. Guys, make sure that you're not like, I don't want to sound like a dick, okay? But I can't not sound like a dick. Make sure you're getting your information from really the wiki, Ashes 101, or a content creator with a green name. And then I'm gonna include Bustin. He doesn't have, yes he does. Bustin has a green name on the Discord. So yeah. Make sure you're getting your information from reputable sources. I had to mind fuck some players because some of the content creators, some of the people making content for Ashes don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And they're either deliberately trolling because they're hoping to infect people with bad information so that they do the vocal minority. And like everybody talks about how it is, and Intrepid changes. That's not going to happen with Intrepid. Steven and Jeff, they have a very specific direction. Steven knows what he wants in the game. Just because you start telling people that boss fights are PvP zones doesn't make them PvP zones. There is no automatic flagging mechanic when you go to this boss fight. So you got the Intrepid Studios guild is fighting this boss. And I roll up with Paradox and I am like, who the fuck are these guys? I'm taking this boss. I don't get a free ability to kill these guys and take their boss. I have to either tag the boss, and as we're looking at right now, I think that boss is below 40 or is below 60%. So right now, if I wanted to steal this boss from Intrepid Studios, the guild, my only option would be to flag up, kill their healer, and then hope they wipe. And then when they wipe and the boss resets, tag it, and then hopefully hold this area from them and then their inevitable reinforcements. Now, some people have said, well, what about Guild Wars? Guild Wars are not going to be such that I hit declare and the fight starts right now. Guild Wars are wars. You issue a letter of challenge, the receiving guild leader sets terms, and then you're off to the races. Guild Wars have objectives during prime time as well as the you're red, I can kill you. Hope contesting bosses doesn't get punished hard or something. Well, it depends on how you contest them. If you contest them in such a way that you flag and get corruption, then yes, you're going to get punished hard because you flagged up, you got corruption. Now, and hope they don't send a bounty hunter guild to kill you if you gain corruption if the healer didn't flag for PvP. Yes. Now, here's something. Here's something that people are having a bit of a hard time wrapping their head around. And I don't blame them because most people don't know how to argue. Most people don't know how to research. So here's what a lot of people aren't doing. They're talking about this right here, right? They say, I want to talk about what happens at a boss fight. But here's what they're not. Here's what they're not considering. That boss fight, okay, that boss fight exists in the PvP rule set. And that boss fight also exists in the corruption rule set, right? And that boss fight also exists. That's too close to the other color. That boss fight also exists in the Guild Wars rule set. And this boss fight also exists inside. That's an M, not an N. Good job, genius. Also exists inside the Node Wars rule set. So you have a boss fight, and people want to talk about the boss fight in a vacuum. They say, I only want to talk about the boss fight. I only want to talk about the boss fight. I only want to talk about the boss fight. And you say to them, but why are you restricting this conversation to one set of mechanics? Why are you restricting this into one set of mechanics? You have the boss fight itself, but you could have a node war going on, a guild war going on, random people engaging in corruption. So all of the PvP mechanics apply everywhere. You can probably cheese that by jumping into AoE and not get corruption. No. One thing people don't realize is that you have two toggles for your character. One toggle you have is to flag yourself for PvP. Another toggle you have is a toggle for your AoEs to hit greens. So I can be flagged for PvP, but I can also have a secondary safety. Like, because people are trying to say, well, if I shoot a gun and I step in the path of the bullet, I'm going to get hit and it's going to flag you to kill me. And the truth of the matter is that, that's a bad example, because I have a smart bullet and my smart bullet won't hit innocent bystanders. So I shoot at Sparky, but I don't have AoE's hit greens checked on. So my bullet zips around all of the innocent bystanders and will only hit Sparky. I throw a flame blast up in front of me. You can stand in it. You're not going to get hit by it. Now, is it realistic? No. But until we're at the point where we have technology 20 years ahead of what we have and we can do full deep dive games, you always got to have the GM magic pencil, right? You got to have the GM magic pencil, because you got to create good gameplay versus until we can all be in there and have reality. We got to have rules. Can't you even give the enemies corruptions by getting low and dying to their AoE in a world boss? You could. You could. Well, no. Maybe. Yes, no, maybe. Perhaps. By chance. You have to be a non-combatant, and then that person has to have the checkbox that allows their AoEs to hit combatants. Now, it's all about how you're flagged. It's all about how you're flagged, and there is a lot of flagging. In fact, do I have that? I do. Hold on. So I made this a while ago because there are so many different flagging states. You've got war targets, you've got combatants, you've got bounty hunters, you've got PvP flagged bounty hunters, and you've got unflagged bounty hunters. There are a lot of different flagging states, and I can throw this up again on the Discord. I haven't ever put the slides up on the website yet, but so far there are a ton of different flagging states. And remember, your flagging state, you can have, we already did that one today. You can have multiple flagging states. You can walk up and you could see Steven, appreciate that subscription, get our little train running at the bottom. You can walk up to Steven of the Paradox, or Steven of the Intrepid Studios Guild, fighting Jahlon of the Paradox Guild. You see us fighting. You clearly see us fighting, but we're both flagged green to you. Now, you can have you might stumble upon us and we might be locked in a guild war, or we might be locked in a node war. You might also walk up on 2 of your guild members fighting each other, not in a duel, and you might say, what the fuck, I can't flag on either of these guys because the flagging rules say you can't flag on your guildmate. Your guildmates are fighting each other because they're involved in a node war. One of them lives in the node by the sea, one of them lives in the node down the orange brick road, and those 2 nodes are at war with each other. This is something a lot of people are struggling with. In most games, your guild is your highest allegiance. In Ashes of Creation, your guild is not your highest allegiance. Your guild is your second highest allegiance, second to your citizenship. So being involved in a node war overrides your guild membership. So yes, you can be in a war with your own guild members. What you can do though, I guess, in the current stag is flag up and get enemies in a raid to low hit points and then try to get them to die to a boss without getting corruption yourself. Yes, in the current flagging state, you can try to take them to a low health and then let the boss kill them. 2 problems with this is you won't be able to do this very well because you won't see how many hit points the person has. You'll only see their crumble bar. So you'll be able to guesstimate them between, you'll be able to stop hitting them when they're at 10 to 20% health. Like I said though, because of how many cheese monkey avenues of shenanigans there are, I imagine Jay's personal belief is that they're going to change that mechanic. I believe they're going to change that mechanic. It's pointless to think about the current corruption system because it will not ship most likely. No, I think it's good to talk about. It's definitely good to think and talk about the current corruption system because the current corruption system is never going to get more lax. It's never going to get more lax than it is now. It's only going to get more stringent. It's not like they're going to suddenly decide, oh, we're taking the corruption system out. That's not going to happen. Yeah, how to cheese it. The good thing about talking about how to cheese it, though, is we roll that up to Steven and we're like, well, first of all, so that we know, Steven's already aware that corruption needs a lot of testing. He committed to a lot of testing for the corruption system back on April 15th, 2019, when I interviewed him the first time. I identified the thing about the corruption system that I hate, that a non-combatant can aggressively attack a corrupted and remain a non-combatant. I identify that I probably have bias with the phrase non-combatant due to my military service as a medic. So for me, it's just drilled into my head. Non-combatants don't offensively attack. But I brought that up to him. I said, I think you may have a broken part of your system. And he said, let's test it the way I have it written, but give me a ton of feedback on it. I think greens being able to go on the offense and attack reds is bullshit. I think greens being able to go on the offense and attack reds and remain greens is absolute bullshit. If you want to go on the offensive and attack reds, flag up, go purple. Now you're good to go. I also agree that if a corrupted attacks me, I should be able to defend myself without flagging purple. Now, that might be why you might have to choose between those 2 things. You might have to choose for coding reasons. For coding reasons, you might have to choose between those two things. I guess the argument could be that there's incentive to not get corrupted. Yeah, exactly. There is definitely the don't get corrupted. Because so many people, I've actually said this numerous times, and I keep elevating it because people want to screw around and monkey around with how debilitating corruption is. I say it like this: corruption is a pine cone up your ass. Okay, corruption is a pine cone up your ass. It's supposed to be uncomfortable, right? It is supposed to make you not want to be corrupted. However, if you really like pine cones, you can still do it. How prominent do you think corrupted players will be in the system? Prominent, not at all. Prominent, not at all. Because I mean, eventually, every corrupted player will eventually die, and then when they die, their character is eventually fucked. So prominent, no. Will people go corrupted for particular reasons? Yes. Challenge a boss fight, hit somebody that's gathering specific stuff. There's going to be a time and place to do everything. There's going to be a time and place to do everything, and going corrupted is one of those time and places to do everything. So, yeah. Did you play the pre-alpha already, or playing streaming in March or April when the full alpha is out? So I cannot confirm or deny if I played the pre-alpha, but what I can confirm is in December of 2017, I bought a package that had Alpha 1 access. I can tell you that. I own an Intrepid pack. Intrepid packs have Alpha 1 access. So I can too say that. So I own an Intrepid pack. Intrepid packs have Alpha 1 access. So I can say those things. Will I be playing streaming in March? Yes. I can say that. I can say that because I have a green name, and green names get to stream, and I have an Intrepid pack. The non-combatant would see the corrupted as a potential threat, and aggression towards them will be seen as self-defense. Yeah, that's the phrase non-combatant. Non-combatants, no combat. So they shouldn't be hunting. If they want to hunt, go purple. As long as there's enough PvP alternatives to open world PvP, I doubt open world griefing will be a huge issue. Open world griefing will be an issue, but it will not be a huge issue as soon as people get to taste that sweet, sweet corruption. And holy fuck, I just made it so I have to grind for the next 18 hours to get my character back. Yeah, I think people are going to realize that, especially since we don't even know all the penalties of corruption yet. Well, we know them. We just haven't seen them realized. You can't go to your town because you get schwacked by the guards. Well, that cuts out 2/3 of your housing. The only place you can retreat to is your freehold. Do you think the combat stat rework will be showcased in one of the dev updates? Yes. I definitely think the combat stat rework will be showcased because they've never actually showcased the combat stat system. We've never had a showcase of the combat system. So yes, I don't think the combat stat rework will be showcased in so much as once the rework is done, they will showcase their system. If that makes sense. Corrupted pine cones, exactly. I heard Steven say multiple times that for guilds, you can choose to have more people in your guild or make your current members stronger. Does that mean there's a guild member cap? If any info, how high that is? 300. However, 300 trademark subject to change, ! My belief, like I did with this picture, and every system is intertwined. The Castle Siege system was originally designed and targeted for 500 versus 500. 500 versus 500 means that a guild needs allies, an ally of almost equal size or multiple small allies. Now Castle Siege is targeted to 250 versus 250 with the hope that they can get to 500 versus 500. Well, that change means the guild size goes into flux. Because if your original design was 500 versus 500 with a guild cap of 300, forcing guilds to have allies to do sieges, castle sieges, then you're not suddenly going to keep a 300 guild count if you have to lower the siege size to 250. If the siege size must drop to 250, then I imagine guild sizes will drop to 200, and that will ripple effect change guilds. What I think is more likely is that they will work their asses off to make castle sieges at the minimum 300 versus 300, and more likely they would aim to get the minimum somewhere in the 375 minimum. 375 minimum. What griefing are you talking about when you showed up? I'm talking about PK griefing. PK griefing. Now, when it comes to 500 versus 500, you got to think outside the box. It's possible to get 500 versus 500 working if the castles are instanced and they're so large that you have to have fights going on multiple sides of the castle at any given time, and then you have seamless integration of multiple servers, seamless server transfer. Then it would work. Oh wow, they decided to drop a lot of friends on us. Good thing we waited. I was gonna start this one early, but it's a good thing we didn't. Dr. Awesome TV. That's an awesome name, Dr. Awesome. My God, whose rogues are these? Who dropped the rogue? Taxer. Taxer drop. Oh no, it's multiple people. I thought that was all Taxer and Taxer's rogues. Somebody's flying the colors. Thumbs up, baby. Thumbs up. Oh, hey, look. Thanks, guys. More gold. Oh, 175 gold there. I need it. Let's see. Oh, we're going to go here. Loyalty chest. I love this map. I love the retro feel on this map. This is just awesome. It's just such a cool map. These guys do such a good job. Stream Captains Incorporated does such a cool job. Retro Town Teardown. That's cool. Humble Town with storied beginnings. This is such a they do such a good job for what it is. All right, back to Ashes. What do we got going on? We're not doing that one. We're doing no, that's an early start. Yeah, my Wednesday show is early. My early show was early because that way the Europeans have a time zone that they can come in and ask their questions. I do try to well, right now I have 4 streams a day, 4 streams a week. 4 streams a week on the schedule. I'm actually going to be dropping that down. I'm going to be dropping that down to 3 scheduled shows. I'm going to be dropping that down to 3 scheduled shows for 5 hours a stream. It's going to save me 1 hour a week streaming total, but freeing up that 4th day is going to let me get back to making YouTube content. Because basically I get, if you guys look at my schedule, I get done streaming at 4 p.m. on Friday. And then by the time I break for dinner, be a dad, be a husband, that takes me easily to 10 p.m. I sleep, read. I don't sleep 8 hours a night. Lately I have been, though. Ever since I got blackout curtains, I can sleep 8 hours a night. It's like fucking amazing. But then I'm up the next morning, be a dad, be a husband, and then I stream. It's like I've been going for the last like 26 hours. So I'm going to take my Saturday schedule off the rotation. And if I'm free on a Saturday, I'll stream. If I'm making a YouTube video, I'll make the YouTube video. If I'm fucking around doing like animation and stuff, like laying out stuff for the company, I can stream. I won't be a Q&A. It'll just be a chillin' stream, do some stream raiders. But yeah, it is. I started doing that in when I was doing Arcade 101 because I felt bad. The European players didn't really have anybody giving them information. Steven said in the Asmongold interview that some features have been pushed into the backlog to post-release. Any info on which ones that are? Okay, so that's a really loaded question. I'm gonna answer this blind based on what I know, but if you have the timestamp for where Steven says that, I can, because there's got to be a leading question for that to be the answer. Asmongold must have asked a specific question. What I will tell you is this. To my knowledge, no core viable product features are moved off of the launch window. What I do, oh, hold on, I take that back. And if you're looking for the interviews, I can save you time. If you go to the link tree, I keep the link tree pretty much updated with the current Ashes of Creation stuff. So all those interviews are there. Let me take that back. How can I say this? I want to be accurate. There are some features for Ashes of Creation that may not make the final cut, but those are not going to not make the final cut because of time or money. They're not going to make the final cut because of game design decisions. The only two things that I've heard that aren't going to make launch is battle maps, and battle maps was never a core viable product feature anyway. Battle maps were a scope creep that Steven very quickly realized he can't scope creep on a project of this size. So he scope creeped a little bit and then rolled it back and said, you know what, those may not make launch. And then fortresses, guild fortresses. Guild fortresses may not make the final line. They may not make the launch line, or they may not make the final line. It all depends. They need to get some data. Now, the changing night sky. I don't think it's fair to say that that was pushed into the backlog for post-release, because the first time we really heard, like, you got to be careful when you listen into the developers, because Jeff was saying there's a lot of things I want to do with the sky, but the technology and the return on investment. So is the night sky changing for the sake of changing a push to the backlog? No. The night sky changing for the sake of changing is a quality of life, a nice to have thing. Now, the night sky changing because you have a race, the Vec, that have a racial attribute towards astronomy and staring at the stars. If you move something that has mechanics after launch, then yes, that would be putting it to post-release. Let's take a look real quick. Let me do this. How are we gonna do this? What's the one for side camera? What is going on there? All right, shrink this. All right, and desktop audio. Get the ad.
That you get, so you level up to 50. Is there any leveling system beyond 50? Are the skills the leveling system beyond 50, or how does that work? And are they finite or infinite?
So they are finite. We intend to have a lot of additional content creation for the game post-launch that will manifest both on a monthly and a quarterly basis to kind of implement new features into the game and whatnot, because a lot of the features that we actually have discussed, those are going to be present at launch, but we also have features that have been backlogged into post-launch feature sets. But with that being said,
so that right there, that doesn't mean that stuff that was going to be at launch. That doesn't mean that stuff that was going to be at launch has been pushed. Okay, you got it. That's why I needed the context to that. When you're developing your game, right here. Let me, because I want to give you guys a tangible example. So when you're developing a game, and it doesn't matter if you're developing a video game or a tabletop game. So this is a game that I GM'd for. I've GM'd for this for over 20 years. This is the Rift's core book, the old school core book. And then this is source book 1. Now, this is obviously, right? This is obviously 120 extra pages of material that they wanted to put into this book. They wanted this first book to be about that thick. The problem is when you're trying to make deadlines, all this crap had to get taken out. Now, the funny part is, when they do the Q&A, they actually say, like, did that get left out? Did that get left out? They're like, oops, that got left out. There's like a page and a half of rules and shit that should have been in the core book that while they were chopping to make publication had to go in the first DLC. So what Steven says there is he's not saying that they're moving stuff to post-launch, like core viable stuff. They're saying, hey, we have features that we want to do. But obviously Steven can't do everything he wants to do in the launch build. You got to keep your eye on the prize. You got to keep your eye on the development date or eye on the delivery date. And then, I have to give you the game because at some point I must start making money on the product. At some point, I have to take my product out of development. Now, and this is one thing you guys hear. You guys know I'm a huge 7 Days to Die fan. I'm a huge 7 Days to Die fan. I love that fucking game. Like when my wife goes out of town, I will binge on 7 Days to Die for like 20 straight hours. I love that fucking game. But I beat the fun pimps up all the time. I say, come on, guys. It's time to fish your cut bait. You're on Alpha 19.4. You're hiding behind the Alpha title. Your game has made more than $50 million worldwide. You're no longer a fucking alpha. Come on. So, yeah. That some was already announced that it's delayed to post-launch. That's the thing. Nothing has been announced. Nothing. I've asked Steven on 3 separate occasions. Is anything in the core viable build now below the line? And nothing. Nothing that was in the core viable build. Now, keep in mind, sometimes people will see Steven say, he'll say something like, well, wouldn't it be cool if? Steven's a human being, man. He comes into his Discord to hang out and bullshit. And I'm going to slap some fucking people. Steven is not he's not an answer vending machine. If the dude's been sitting in Discord for 10 minutes talking about his dogs and Milton's and breakfast and The Mandalorian and what he's playing, don't fucking tag him and ask him questions about the game. The dude wants to just be a community member. He wants to just hang out. Like, they're on vacation. Don't beat him up for 19 answers. Like, the one dude asked like a fucking master's thesis level question. It was like this long on the screen with like 3 subparts. And he just kept spamming it. And Steven was finally like, hey friend, why don't you break that up a little bit for me? Steven doesn't drink. Otherwise I'd be like, Steven's just kicking back with a Mai Tai and a fucking, a shot and a beer and people are bombarding him. Now, sometimes people will be like, but Jay, you ping him for answers. I ping him for answers that the community needs, not that we want. The one I pinged him for was, hey, can you give us the official soundbite that these Talnar art samples are disavowed? Because we're getting another influx of people. They're looking at the Talnar art. They think that this is what the Talnar is going to look like. So that's not me, because I already know that art's not going to be there. That's not me asking for it. That's me saying, hey, the wiki that you don't run has information on it that's misleading players that you don't have. So I'm not asking you for an answer that I want. I'm asking you for an answer that Lex needs. In fact, the one I pinged him for was, I don't even need it. Lex needs it. Let's see. Fortresses, guild fortresses. Guild fortresses are supposed to be mini castle sieges that are part of the guild war battle, the guild war setup. The thing with them is, because of the complications of setting up guild fortresses is one thing they've said may go below the line or may not happen at all. Keep in mind that canceling features in a game like Ashes is going to happen. They are going to cancel features. They are going to say, wouldn't it be cool if we could do X? And then people are going to be like, well, what happened to X? You got to remember, if Steven says, wouldn't it be cool if when you went to your freeholds, your chickens and your cats and your ducks and your dogs all met you at the gate? Sure. Wouldn't that be cool? That doesn't mean when you get to your freehold, expect your chickens and your cats and your ducks and your geese, your dogs, your pets, your reptiles, your dead humans. Don't expect them to meet you at the gate. That may not happen. Or they've talked about it happening, but that one they've specifically said that one may happen in a quality of life patch. Don't expect every single thing you've ever heard about to be there on launch day. Just because they say it's going to make it into the game doesn't mean they're saying it's going to make it into the game at launch. So keep all those things in mind. Always go back and double check, triple check, quadruple check. Double check, triple check, quadruple check what you heard, because you may have heard what you wanted to hear, not what was actually said. I'd like a guild fortress system similar to territory control for smaller guilds. Well, it won't be territory control. There won't be any territory control in the fortress system because the fortress system can't interfere with the node system, can't interfere with the guild system, the castle system. So the way it's written now, the way it's written out now is that the fortress system would not be able to involve territory control. The fortress system as it is now is for smaller guilds to enjoy that can't compete for castles. Absolutely. But having 5 regional castles, I mean, because what are you gonna give for territory control to the barons when the king already controls the dials, and then you're starting to create interference between nodes, and because a guild fortress, then you'd have to make the spots for the guild fortresses would have to be static. So yeah, I definitely think a territory control for guilds is a great system. It's just not going to be a system that can integrate into Ashes because the territory control is done by individual players through the node system. Could they break up the 5 regions and make 10 regions, or could they break up the region into 3 and have smaller fortresses? Sure. However, I don't think it ultimately would work with the design of where they want to go. Remember, every feature, every mechanic has to seamlessly integrate with every other mechanic. Otherwise, you've got basically a broken pile of crap, and that's the last thing we want. That's like Arcade. If you guys remember, Arcade and Aurora was supposed to have 6 castles at launch. Well, they only launched with 4. 2 were broken because while they were in development in the castle system, they fired the dude that they'd paid to write the castle siege system. He got sent over to, or he didn't get sent. He got fired. He ended up getting a job at BDO. And the node war system that you see in BDO could have been in Arcade, but they fired the dude. They fired the dude because, if I recall correctly, the guy wanted to work on Arcade. He didn't want to go work on Civilization Online. And when they started pulling people from Arcade to go work on Civilization Online, he didn't want to go, and he was fired. Well, he went over to, who owned it at the time? Pearl Abyss? He went over there and got a job, and he wrote their node system. That was just like EVE Online CCP fired a dude back a decade ago. And then it took them over 2 years to reverse engineer how their pause system worked. Like they said, there's a lot of things we'd like to do, but we can't because issues. And then it later turned out that the issue was that the guy that they'd fired had left no notes in his code, and they couldn't scrap it because they couldn't scrap the code because this code is running all of the pauses that are already in the game, but they had no idea how the code worked, and it took them like 2 years to back engineer how it worked. Because remember, again, it's not like I write this block of code and it starts on line 1000 and goes to line 5000 and everything I did is in these 4000 lines. I might have little bits of code attached in tons of places, and if I didn't leave you any notes, well, that's a problem. Then again, I'm going to say that's a problem on the leadership's part, because how are you letting somebody code all day, every day for weeks at a time, not looking at their code and not seeing that they're not leaving notes? But hopefully Intrepid doesn't have that problem. Hopefully Intrepid is what do you developer type people call it? Documentation. Hopefully all of you hopefully all of the coders are leaving good documentation on what they're doing. They should have hired that dude back as an independent contractor. I mean, would that dude actually have, well, first of all, the dude had another job. Would the dude have wanted to work for the company or help the company that fucked him? I mean, I had a situation once upon a time in a land far away where they took all of my access to a set of drives away. They took all of my access to a set of drives away overnight. And I said, all right. Then the next day when they gave me, or not the next day, a couple of weeks later when they realized I was the guy that needed to have access to a project, they said, we've reinstated your access to your drives. And I said, all right, well, where are my folders? And the system administrator was like, well, your folders are gone. They were purged from the system when you no longer had access to that drive. I was like, well, then you can just go ahead and take my access away again because I can't help you. And they're like, why? I said, all of my notes were in my folder on that drive. You deleted my folder, go find my folder. Like, well, we don't have it. Oh, then you tell the boss you don't have it. They said to the boss, he doesn't have his stuff. I said, yeah, why would I have a backup copy of it? I put it on the fucking drive. It's there. Well, they can't find it. Oh, that's not my problem. It took them weeks to find. They had to go back and find an old ass. Like, they couldn't even give me a complete copy of my notes. They could give me an old backup copy of my notes. Who the fuck, like, why the fuck do people think that the best important thing that you should do at a given moment is to delete, like, immediately delete everything somebody's worked on for like 18 months? Yeah, fucking, because I didn't have access for so many days. So, was the new Combat in Ashes supposed to be ready for the next alpha in February or the one after that? The combat rework is going to be ready in April. The stat rework may be ready in February, but probably March. Probably March. And then the combat may be ready in March, but probably April. 46 Nation. Yeah, man, you know how it goes. Fucking as soon as you delete somebody, all of their shit goes away. And then you have like 3, 4, 5, 6 days of the system backing itself up. Well, my shit hasn't been there for 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 days of the system. And most of the time it's like, oh yeah, we keep backups for 7 days. Okay. Why? Then getting yelled at. Why didn't you transfer your notes to the file plan? How can I transfer shit anywhere? You fucking took away my access. That's rough. Sad most of the combat testing before that is quite invalid for that purpose. At least they got a lot of node data. Why are you sad that the combat testing is invalid since the first testing weekend wouldn't have been for combat anyway? The first testing weekend is for server deployment. The first testing in any alpha is not for combat data. Because if your servers aren't, say your server is running at 80% efficiency, okay? Your server's running at 80% efficiency. Any data you get, any data you get from a server that's running at 80% efficiency is thrown out because it's not representational data of the end product. Because you could start making changes. You could start making changes to your combat system if your server's running at 80%, and then all of the changes that you're making are actually making it worse because you're dealing with a server that has latency. You're dealing with a server that has lag. You're dealing with a server that's not running in optimal conditions, so don't change anything. Every system interacts with every other system. Let's see. Why didn't you make a hard copy? Are you for real? Do you know how many flaming hoops I'd have to jump through to get a blank disc, let alone burn something to said disc? Sparky, do you know how many hoops I'd have to jump through to have a machine that has a CD burner? Oh yeah, and you need to have 3 different supervisors sign each one of these. I once got told that for a project I was working on, so I had my supervisor and my supervisor's supervisor, and since my supervisor's supervisor was directly supervising me, then I needed to go to my supervisor's 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 supervisor to get approval for something. And I was looking at the org chart, and I called my supervisor's supervisor and I said, this form states I need to get your supervisor's signature in order to proceed. And they're like, that's correct. How exactly do I contact the Secretary of Defense? And they were like, oh, shit. It's like, can we please find a different form that needs to be filled out? Because I'm not spending 9 months on this shit. That ain't happening. Do you mind? So, why do we still have carbon copies? Why am I sad? Is it because I feel combat is the most important thing? Well, they had APOC thingies, so that would not already have a lot of launcher server things, right? Of course, there's more things to look into. Yeah, that's my point, though. The first testing cycle of anything isn't about the combat. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you feel the combat is the most important thing. It's not the time to test the combat. It's the time to test your patcher, your launcher, your server deployment. What the fuck else? I have a whole list of shit that it's supposed to test. Things that needed to be confirmed. And unfortunately, I can't share any of these with you. I can't share any of the results, but I can share... Where the fuck are my text files? So what the first weekend of alpha testing needed to test, they needed to test server architecture, server stability, server deployment, and then environment optimization, account management deployment, and the launcher patcher deployment. Those are the things that the first weekend of Alpha 1 needed to test, because those are the things that APOC tested. And now that they moved from their APOC build to their MMORPG build, they need to make sure that those things work. Like I said, if your server stability is shit, your combat, you could give me, right? I could sit here and be a tester, and I could give you 2 notebooks full of combat data. But you're literally going to say, Jay, thanks for writing up 180 pages, but we threw all that shit in the garbage. And I'm going to be like, why? And they're going to say, because our servers were only operating between 80% and 90%, or 80% and 89%, and we need to get that fixed first. That's why people who have never been alpha testers need to realize you're not testing the game. You're testing a part of the game. You're testing a module. You're testing a component. You're testing a this, or you're testing a that. And it's, going to take time. So am I a little shocked Am I a little shocked that they announced that they're doing a combat rework? Yeah, I was a little shocked that they announced that they were doing a combat rework. However, as long as they have it done before April, when you're really gonna, I mean, ideally, I think the combat rework should be done before March because you're gonna be showing off the game. And if the combat runs like ass, in March, your media impression is gonna be your game is ass. Especially because of something you just said. You're going to say, well, you had APOC and you've had 3 years and you're a year past. You're a year past your launch date. I mean, Intrepid better come to the fucking plate. When Steven steps up to the plate in March, when all the negative media comes out, and believe me, there's going to be negative media. Steven's going to be walking into the batter's box, bottom of the 9th, down by 3. 2 outs, bases loaded. Steven's going to be walking in and he's going to have to hit a home run. He's not going to have any choice. He's going to have to be on his motherfucking A+++ game. He's not going to be able to strike out. He's not going to be able to foul tip. He's not going to be able to hit into a single and advance the runner because it's either hit the home run or go home. So yeah, they need to be ready for March 19th. That's when the combat's gonna matter. Gonna get a lot of publicity during March when the NDA lifts too. Here's the thing. I'm gonna get a ton of publicity when the NDA lifts. I'm gonna be crushing it. And I'm hoping Steven takes me up on the offer because I keep a phone-in set up just for Steven if he wants to phone in anytime. I imagine Steven's going to pop in randomly while I'm streaming because he's going to have to. Because he's going to be like, man, fuck, I got to get Jay under control. Jay's just fucking out there. My wife's awesome. I love my wife. I mean, you all should love your spouse. If you don't love your spouse, don't marry him. And if you don't love your spouse, don't stay married to them. My wife 100% supports my streaming career. She's just going to be running up to, hopefully fucking COVID stops so she can just run to the base. We have a Starbucks on base, which is like 5 minutes away. So I'm going to need lots of coffee. Lots and lots of coffee. What's in a box? I got 25 tokens. I will take 25 event tokens. 25 event. Oh, look at all the goodies. Give me the gold. Give me the scrolls. The retro warrior skin. Oh, look. Oh, looky. We got the goodies. That knocked it out. I'll definitely knock that out. Participation rewards. Yeah, that's right. Participation rewards. Up here. All right, guys. I'm going to run downstairs real quick. I'm going to leave you with something more entertaining than the Twins fight while I'm downstairs. I'm going to go get more tea. I'm trying to stay hydrated. My family's all sick. My family has COVID. I do not. I think I got it and I think I beat it. Let me give you guys. I'm gonna give you guys the old Freehold video again. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go make some tea. Alrighty. Have to number one, stay hydrated. Number two, I'm running solo right now. Tamir is still asleep. She's got COVID. Confirmed COVID. Like I said, guys, shit in this universe doesn't make sense to me. This is the problem with bureaucracies. Shit doesn't make sense. You have one person in a household goes to one doctor in the same overall medical providing group. My wife goes to the doctor, gets a COVID test, gets a rapid test, 5 minutes, finds out she has COVID. My daughter, who has health issues, you'll have her results in 3 to 7 days. Okay. Obviously, me being the pragmatic parent that I am, I'm going to treat my teenager as if she has COVID. I'm going to treat her as if she has COVID until the test result tells me she doesn't. But it's just bizarre to me. Like, and then my little one got sick, but she's sick, but she doesn't have any of the symptoms of, well, she has a bunch of symptoms that aren't COVID. So it's like, okay, you have the flu, you have COVID. But I just don't understand. I don't understand. And it's funny because what I said to a lot of people was the asinine rules that they're setting in place aren't fixing the problem. They're not fixing the problem. Like, if one kid in a household gets COVID, if one kid in a household gets sick and has to miss school, then all the kids in the household need a COVID test. And I said to the school, I said, you do realize that you're causing undue stress on the pediatric portion of the local medical providers. And they said, well, we need to know if the kids have COVID. I said, why does every kid need a negative? If the kid who's not feeling well comes back negative, if the kid who has symptoms comes back negative for COVID, then the other ones are more likely than not going to have COVID because the symptomatic one came back negative. Now, if the virus did other things, then I could understand their mentality. But we went from being able to get an appointment for our kids easily to, yeah, shit. They actually ask, do you believe you have COVID? Yes or no? Like, when you call, do you believe this is about COVID? Yes. If it's yes, you get put on hold and sent to a different part of the phone directory, because then they come out, you drive up to a little tent and they come out and they do a COVID test and then they say, okay, go away. Like, so right now, if I had to see the doctor because my wife tested positive for COVID, they wouldn't even assume I had anything else until 5 minutes. They would do the COVID test first. And if they have COVID, it's like, man, we don't know what the fuck we're doing. Our society, our world, we're fucked. If we ever get a contagion that's actually going to kick our asses, we're fucked. So, alrighty. Alpha players need to realize you aren't playing the game. You were testing a set of features and systems. Yes. That is the single most important thing I can keep saying. You're not testing a game yet. We're testing systems. If we ever get a competent player, that's going to be the end. Hey, you should just shut up because I put 48 points into Contagious and I'm sitting on 200 points. I haven't even put any points into Lethality yet. This one got out of control. 48 points of Contagion and I got the whole world. So I even got Greenland. I got Antarctic. So I made that joke back in March and I realized how poor taste that joke is, but at the same time, I'm not gonna not be me, right? I'm not gonna not be me. So You know, best humor, dark humor. Yeah, I agree with you there. You know, anybody else read Life Pro Tips on Reddit? Which, first of all, LPT on Reddit is a dumb fucking section anyway. All these people feel that the best way to give life pro tips is to talk about shit that bothers them and ask people not to do that. Like, if you guys saw the breakup with Jennifer Aniston and Vince Vaughn, Jennifer Aniston says, I want you to want to do the dishes. And Vince Vaughn says, why would I want to do dishes? Like, it's just an inability to communicate. LPT on Reddit has become bullshit. Half of the stuff they say, like, I'd say 1 out of every 10 is useful and 2 out of every 10 are accurate. Somebody did post one. If you've gotten a job as a temp in the holiday season as a seasonal employee, don't let them bullshit you with them holding your paycheck for any reason. They cannot hold your paycheck for any reason. Even like, we need you to sign bullshit. You don't need me to sign a form. You need to give me my paycheck. So if any of you are seasoned American, United States of America, yes, it's saved on Twitch. And since I'm not playing music, it'll move over to YouTube as well. So if you are an American, North American, United States of America, American, because remember, Canadians are Americans and Mexicans are Americans because they're in North America. And everybody in South America is American because they're South American. If you're in the United States of America, you can never be forced to sign something in order to receive your last check. Period. You have to sign. I don't have to sign that. I want my check. You want me to sign that, you need to give me my check. If they won't, contact the labor board, contact the attorney general for your state. Once they get a phone call from the attorney general's office of your state, you're fucking going to have your check in like 2 seconds. Ash's question, when you can answer. Can a player be a king of a region, influence, and a mayor of a node at the same time? Yes. You can be a king of a region and a mayor of a node at the same time. Now, are you going to be a very popular person if you're the mayor of a mayor of a metropolis and the king of a castle or a monarch of a castle? No, people are going to get a little pissed at you if you have 2 flying mounts. Going to get a little pissed. Can you be a king and a mayor? Yes, you can. However, it's probably not a good idea because then your time, where is your time going? I feel like I have to keep stressing this fact. People are not used to games that you run out of time every day. When was the last time you played an MMO? And I mean this seriously. When was the last time you played an MMO that while you're at work on your lunch break, you took a little post-it note, a little list, and you made a list of all the things you had to do when you got home that night in game. And then you got home and you worked your ass off and you logged off because you had to go to sleep to go to work the next day and you still had shit on your list. Arcade Unchained would count. Arcade, as long as the second part also applies. When was the last time in an MMO that you made a list of all the things you had to do when you got home and you logged out at the end of the night and you still had things on your list that didn't get accomplished? Now, Arcade Unchained, I would say, unless you only had like 2 hours a night, don't tell me that you were running out of things to do before you ran out of playtime. If you were doing all your dailies with the reset group. Arcade Unchained had an enormous amount of fucking dailies to do, but if you did them with the raid, they took less than, 2 hours? My day for gaming today goes something like this. Stream until the end of my show. Then go play Final Fantasy, where I have to now, even though they just put out new content a couple of weeks ago, because I don't do savage modes, because I like my sanity. And there's no point because I can do the savage modes and then my gear gets replaced in another couple of months anyway, a couple of weeks anyway. I don't need the best gear in the game to do the content. So why am I going to beat myself up to do this shit? I don't find it fun. I'll find it fun in a game where there's an open world component as well. But I log in, I run one dungeon, I log out. That's all I have to do. Now I'll log in if I find time today. I will log into 7 Days to Die and I'll start a new game. Actually, I have a game I just started by basic layout. I didn't really get into it. And then I know I got to get this. I have more fun playing 7 Days to Die than I do playing any MMO right now because the time is always against me in 7 days. I got to have enough food for 3 days. I got to have enough water for 2 days because water is easier to find. I got to find ammo. When's my blood moon coming? And plus 7 Days to Die, I go in and I change the setting. I don't know when my blood moon is exactly going to be because I arrange it so there's a little flexibility. Holy shit, does that change the difficulty of the game, especially when you get a late blood moon and then like it moves it to the right and then it moves your next one to the left. You're like, holy shit, I'm basically doing back-to-back blood moons. I can't level too much. If I level too much, I'm going to get cops and I don't want cops on this blood moon. I'm not equipped to deal with cops. So when time is an element, it makes games more fun. So you have your week laid out for Ashes of Creation and your week is going to go something like, this is your week. Monday is gathering day. Tuesday and Thursday are my raid days. Wednesday is my caravan running day, my profit day. Oh, well, shit, there goes my fucking week because there is a node siege on the node I live in on Tuesday. Sorry, raid group. I'm going to miss the raid today. I have to do this the siege defense. By the way, raid group, I probably need you to come help defend this node on the siege day because if we don't defend this node, the dungeon's going to go away, or the entrance that we used to go into that dungeon is going to go away. And apparently a Kraken, yeah. Sorry, guys. I know I'm supposed to run the caravan today, but I can't really justify bringing a caravan to this node because there's a fucking Kraken attacking it because we just leveled up. Ashes is not going to be wash, rinse, repeat, which I think is one of the most important parts of Ashes is that it's not going to be wash, rinse, repeat, wash, rinse, repeat, wash, rinse, repeat. You're going to have events that you cannot control and you cannot predict popping up all the time. And that is what makes an open world. EVE Online tried to do this a little bit. The EVE Online is now getting into it where it's really happening. Enemy factions are changing the status of the sec status of high sec, and it's causing all sorts of drama, all sorts of shenanigans. But you can't have a world where everything that's going to happen and then expect that to feel like a living, breathing world. I'm going to be honest. I don't think Intrepid can deliver on 100% of the things they want to deliver on. But I think if they deliver an 8 out of 10, they will have, holy shit, laid out the rating system for games. I think if Intrepid can deliver an 80% to what they want, of what they are interested in delivering, I think if they can deliver an 80%, they will have radically changed the MMORPG genre forever. I think Intrepid is changing MMOs that are in development because MMOs that are in development are seeing how many people are interested in Ashes of Creation, And you can't just ignore that. You can't ignore that a game that isn't even anywhere near development has more than has almost 3 million followers. How do you ignore the fact that there is almost 3 million people following Ashes of Creation? And there will probably be more than 3 million people after the next hype go around. They'll push over 3 million people. They'll push over 3 million people. So how do you ignore that? If 3 million people are interested in a game that isn't even in Alpha 1 yet. I mean, yeah, we've got the Alpha 1 preview, but we haven't we haven't gotten into NDA. What's up, Trip? We haven't even gotten into non-NDA. So I can't even remotely predict the number of signups. I can tell you right now, the number of people that I expose to Ashes of Creation on a weekly basis that I get to register is slow. It creeps up. The last couple of weeks has been, most of you are already registered. Most of you have already registered. Plus, I'm not a very good shill. I'm not a very good, hawker of, hey, you should sign up for Ashes of Creation. I let the Stream Elements bot link the referral link. But I don't really shill for it, but I still see we're getting people. I see new people joining the official Discord all the time. Oh, somebody asked me a question. Yeah. Somebody asked me if I really think Ashes is 2 to 3 years, or do I think it'll be less? No, I think it'll be 3 years. I think there's still a lot of stuff to go. Now, again, being a process improvement guy, I know that as soon as they know what they want, as soon as they know what they want, they'll be able to speed that along. But for right now, if they keep the development pace that they're using right now, I think we're 3 years away. If they're able to make some finalized process decisions and end state decisions, I think that'll speed up. I think you might be getting more people interested in AOC on a daily basis than flat earthers convincing others that the world is flat. Yeah, the world isn't flat. I'm sorry. Guys, if you ever need to prove why the earth isn't flat, the answer is simple. If the earth was flat, all of the asshole cats would have knocked us all off of it by now. Because when was the last... What the hell? Oh, okay. When was the last time a cat didn't knock somebody off of a ledge? If only they could go back into the office. Sadly, Corona is against that. You know what, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think everybody should go back in the office. I think the artists should be allowed to work from home. I don't think the artists need to go in right now, because the artists know what needs to be developed. They've got a list. Just let the artists work from home. Don't bring the artists in. Some of the other people that need to have Tiger Team meetings and they need to all be working together. Yeah, those people need to be able to get into the office. But no, I think the artists should just be left alone. And let me tell you why. I've worked from home for long periods of time. During blizzards and stuff. And my boss said to me once, you get so much more done when you work from home than you do when you're at the building. And I said, boss, I go in, my boss used to ask, why did I work 6 to 2? I worked 6 to 2. And then my boss would be like, you work 6 to 2, but I call you almost every single night while you're at home and disturb you. I said, I work 6 to 2 because from 6 to 8:30, there's nobody doing, hey, Captain. Hey, Cap. Excuse me, Captain. Like, guys, I have a box outside of my door that is all completely labeled. Put these forms here, these forms here, these forms here, and these forms here. I'm in at 6 o'clock in the morning so that you don't fucking bother me. Can I get my travel form signed? Are you leaving for the airport right now? No. Put it in the bin. Put it in the bin. I got to the point where I shut my door and you couldn't even see me. I covered the glass. There was a sign outside my door. It says, do not knock on this door unless you need to leave for the airport right away. You need to go and make a purchase right away. Because the problem is everybody treats everybody else like their issue is yeah, I'm on the phone with the Omanis and you're knocking on the door over a fucking TDY you're taking in 3 weeks. That's why I come in at 6 o'clock in the morning. There is Steven, if Steven's working from home and Steven decides he wants to dedicate an hour to writing the lore, he can get an hour, bang that out. But if he's at the office and, hey, you want to take a look at this? You want to take a look at this? You want to take a look at this? Steven was on a damn interview with me in 2019, and the interview got interrupted because somebody needed something signed. Now, in that case, Steven apologized for it. He's like, I apologize. This is my fault. This needs to leave the building by 3. But could you imagine if that's what Steven's life is like all the time? People constantly knocking on the door and needing stuff. That's called the multitasking, the flaw of multitasking. You actually don't get more done when you're multitasking. I think the Summit, Tim, and Asmongold interviews contributed a large amount to that grown interest. Yeah, like I said, if you guys haven't seen all those interviews, those are over on the Ashes 101 Linktree. I love Linktree. Linktree is great. It lets me put a lot of stuff up so that you guys can go to boom, just one easy link, especially if you're looking for stuff to send to people. You're like, hey, I want to give somebody everything they need to know about Ashes of Creation. Boom, here you go. You don't have to do any work. I did it all for you. Let's see. Do you have any idea how big the difference of gear power will be? Player that plays 18 hours a day versus a player that plays 6 hours a day. Basically, how much more powerful are you going to be grinding those hours? Can you 1v2, 1v3? How is the balance going to be in the open world? Because this game has a lot of ideas coming from Lineage. For example, enchanting system might make you more powerful. Okay, lots of stuff there. Number 1, gear makes up 40 to 50% of your power. Now, your rebuttal is that doesn't help that much. 40 to 50% of overall power might mean a lot of stuff. No, it doesn't. Okay. Right now, if the developer says your gear makes a difference of 40 to 50% of your overall power, then it means 40 to 50% of your overall power. We know that there's legendary uniques. We know that there's legendaries. We know that there's epic gear. So we can peel back the onion on gear a little bit. If I have plus 10 enchanted gear and I have a mix of epic, legendary, and legendary unique gear, and you have plus 4 gear and you're in all one step below epic, that should give you a pretty good indication that the deck is already stacked against you. Now, I know some people complain that that is a gear carry game versus a skill carry game. It is, because gear should make a difference. The amount of time, effort, energy, and resources I put into the game building my gear set should definitely be equally, if not more important than the amount of time, effort, energy, and resources you put into the game perfecting your skill but not getting gear. People need to remember that MMO combat versus MOBA combat is radically different. What is the mindset of a MOBA? The mindset of a MOBA is that everybody starts fresh at the start of every battle. And every fight is the existence, the lifespan of the character. Now, I would argue that some of the stuff I've heard about or seen about with League of Legends makes it, again, everything's a pendulum. How close to the left, how close to the right, how centered are you? I would argue that League of Legends has moved a little bit away from a pure MOBA, because I've heard, and I could be wrong, that some of the stuff that you do unlocks and carries. So a higher level character or a higher playtime, higher whatever character has different things unlocked in that little store menu. I don't know. I'm going to be honest. It's League of Legends. I don't give a shit. Okay, that isn't true. Good. Then it's not true. Then it's every match. Everybody starts equally off at the beginning. Good. Only true pre-level 30. That was kind of true before. Okay, so look at what you're saying. That isn't true. It was kind of true, but it's only true pre-level 30. So yes, then what I just said is accurate. If it's only true pre-level 30, that means until you're... Okay, so it's not that way now. So if I start off today, just so that I have this straight, if I start off today, that stuff that I can buy in that little menu is the same for everybody. Not that way now? Okay, good. Then it moved back to being a pure MOBA. Because a pure MOBA is all about skill. It's not about gear. It's about understanding the game. Everyone has the same items on the menu. Good. Then it moved back to being a MOBA. Pure MOBA. Pure MOBA. An MMO isn't a MOBA. An MMO isn't a MOBA. If I have 1,000 hours in the game and you have 100 hours in the game, you should not be able to easily beat me. Let's notice all the key phrases and all the keywords. You should not be able to easily beat me. At the same time, if I have 1,000 hours in the game and you have 100 hours in the game, you should be able to beat me. It should just be a very, very small percentage chance. So, any idea how big the gear power will be? 40 to 50%. A player that plays 18 hours a day versus a player that plays 6 hours a day. Basically, how much more powerful are you going to be grinding those hours? Okay, next piece of that is time, total time versus time efficiency. You can have a player that plays 18 hours a day. And if they're not playing along the same play style as the player that's playing 6 hours a day, they could have radically different power curves. So much so that a player that's playing 6 hours a day can actually be making more progress than a player playing 18 hours a day. If the player playing 18 hours a day is big into RP and they spend 16 hours of those days doing despicable things. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So playtime as a measuring stick. Playtime as a measuring stick is not a good metric. I know a guy who he has a horrible shit job, but he has a horrible shit job. He hates his job, but his job pays him so much damn money. He literally has 2 hours a day to game, and that is it. He has 2 hours a day to game. He comes home. He's got an amazing group of people that support him in the games that he plays. We literally would be at the dungeon waiting for him. He would log in, he'd be at the dungeon, we'd run through the dungeon, and then he was literally like, I want to maximize the first hour of playtime. Let's do the dungeon, let's do whatever it is you need to, whatever we need to do as a group. And then he, after the first hour, you could actually hear in his voice that he was wound down from his day. He'd laugh a little, he'd smoke, joke a little. Totally different motherfucker on the weekend. When he punched out on Friday and got home, that motherfucker would play for 12 straight hours because he loved his gaming. But those 2 hours every night that he was trying to stay relevant, he was getting more done in 2 hours than I saw other groups getting done in 6 or 7. So time as a metric isn't a good measuring stick. Can you 1v2? Can you 1v3? Being able to 1v2 or 1v3 is not going to have anything one-for-one related to just your playtime. Remember, you are going to have hard counters. The game is also not designed for 1v1. The game is not designed for 1v1. The game is designed for, at a minimum, 8v8, and more along the lines of 40v40 and multiple groups of 40 versus multiple groups of 40. So the balance there, keep that in mind. I might be able to 4v1 out of the box with shit gear because I'm a guardian and I'm fighting 4 assassins. I'm in plate fighting 4 assassins who are physical damage. So keep in mind, this is not like every other game that you've played. It's not like every other game, not like every other game that's been made, because every other game has tried to balance around 1v1 and failed at it horribly. Let's keep chopping this one up. How is the balance going to be in the open world? balanced around groups, not around individuals. Because this game has a lot of ideas coming from lineage. For example, enchanting system might make you more powerful. Yes. Ashes of Creation has a enchanting and over enchanting system. We don't have all the details on it yet, but I have the magic pen. And I want to enchant the magic pen to +4. And I can do that with 0 risk. I go get the materials. I do +1, +2, +3, +4. It's good to go. Now, I want to enchant it to +5 through +8. Well, now I have the risk that I downgrade when I fail. I reduce the item's durability when I fail. I want to go for broke. I have a +8 magic pen, and I want to go for +9. I know going from +8 to +9, I have a chance on failure that I destroy my object. Now, person that has 18 hours a day, if they're using that time efficiently, they're going to accumulate a lot of magic pens and a lot of enchanting stuff, and they are going to pyramid walk up their enchants until they have one usable +8, and then they're eventually going to have 5, 6, 7, 8 +8s, right? And then on one day, because we all have fallen victim to this, we all believe that if we try something multiple times in a row, RNG will smile on us. And the truth of the matter is that's bullshit. It doesn't matter how many times in a row you do it. If the probability is 25%, you can get it on the first one, you can get it on the 8th one, or you cannot get it out of 8 attempts. Keep this in mind, guys. A lot of people fail to realize this. You have a 25% chance of getting something. Does not mean if you do it 4 times, you will get it. Because you have a 25% chance of getting it on each individual attempt. There is no carryover from the first attempt to the second attempt. Some people have said, well, if I have a 25% chance I do it 4 times, one of those 4 times should hit. No, that doesn't work that way. The way it works is the only time that works is if you do it 100 times, you should get 25 hits. Because then, yeah, you have a 70. No, you don't. Stop that. When you do it you don't. Because when you don't. Because when you map it all out, you don't. Fuck. I hate when people get shit stuck in their head. You don't have a 70% chance to get. You can't increase your odds over the probability. If you have a 25% chance of success, 75 divided by 100, no. You have a 25%, you cannot have a 70% chance to get the option you want. Okay? You cannot have a 75% chance to get the option you want if the highest probability you have is 25%. You cannot exceed your base chance probability. Somebody said it's 50%. You either do or you don't. Yeah, I mean, that's ultimately the thing. But when people start saying my odds go up the more I do, so I'm not going to draw 100 lines here. But ultimately, when you draw the first option, and we're just going to take this one, we take this one, and this is a fail. All right, this is one of the 1 to 75 on the 100-sided dice. That's a fail. From this, when I draw these lines out again, I fail again because I had 1 to 75. I can do the math if we really want to get into the math, but you don't have a 75%, or you don't have a 70% chance of success out of 4 when you have a 75% chance of failure all the time. See what I'm saying? It's not, you suddenly don't get you don't have a 70% chance to get it if you never had higher than a 25% chance to get it on any of the rolls. This only works when you do 100. When you do 100, you should get 25 hits and 75 misses. If you have a 25% to gear, it doesn't stack the more times you do it. Exactly. Exactly. You always have a 25% chance. That's it. That's all you ever have. You always have to get the chance of not failing 4 times. It is still 25%. Yes, it's always 25%. I think what he's getting at is your odds don't get better if you craft it once every 75 days or 75 times in one day. The odds are the same. Yes, the odds are the same. The odds are always going to be the same. Now, when you start to do what that formula of to get the chance of not failing 4 times, it's not going to be 70%. It's not going to be 70%. And if it is, then explain to me why shit fails all the time. If you roll it 10 times, it is probable that it will work 2.5 times, but not guaranteed. Exactly. If you do it 10 times, 10 is a better number. It's a better sample size. 70% chance of not failing 4 times, 100%. I have this formula. I need, we know that an event very, if there's a 25% of something, what is probably that you fail? No, I don't want 50. I want 4. They gave it to me as 50. Where we at? Nothing in probability says you can't land 1 out of 100 times in a row. Exactly. I mean, you can, but if you landed on 1 out of 100,000 times in a row, you would be seriously fucking with probability. 1 second. I'll get it. That's the single one. Uh, 25. I don't like math. Can't find the formula right now, but it's not. The formula is much more complex than that. It's like the lottery. Your odds do not improve with the number of tickets you buy unless you buy all the tickets. Exactly. Anyway, I'll find the math formula because that's not the formula, or I don't remember that being the formula. And now it's bothering me. Where is it? Yeah, because it's this. You have. Oh wait, you have to do it the other way, right? All I know is it's not 70%. It's 31%. I have to do the number, but it's not 70%. I believe it's 31%. I think I'll have to do 30%. If you do something 4 times with a 25 of hitting, you have a 31% chance of hitting, not a 70% chance of hitting. No, you have a 31% chance of winning 1 out of 4. With a 25% chance of success, if I did the math right, which I probably didn't, I believe it's 31% chance of not failing, or a 31% chance of hitting out of 4, but it's not 70% chance of hitting out of 4. You need to do the math on 4 times. You need to do the math on failing 4 times in a row. Okay. Let's see. So yeah, 31%. Let's chance of success 1 assistant. hold on. If you have an 80% chance of succeeding, but we don't, we have a 25% chance of succeeding. So 0.75 times 0.75 times 0.75 by 0.75. Right? Right? Go get a 4-sided dice and roll for me 4 times. Tell me how many ones you get. Yeah, I hate statistics. This is why I have formulas set up on all of these. So that's your chance of failure. All right. I'll get the formula. Because right now that doesn't look right to me. It might be right. So I knew it wasn't 70. 69 maybe. But that doesn't look right. See, I hate math. This is why I hate math. Because you do. Yeah, there we go. Mutually exclusive events. If 2 events A and B are independent, then the joint probability is not mutual. Well, they're independent events. Right? If 2 coins are flipped, then the chance of both being heads is. Yeah, but that's equal events. We need unequal events. 2 red balls and 2 blue balls, that's still 1/2. We need 3/4. So a 4-sided dice is impossible. Yeah, there's a 4-sided dice. Is there not? Yeah, there's a D4. Yeah, there's D4. What do you what do you mean a 4-sided dice is impossible? Fuck, don't fucking go take us back. So, yeah. The 4-sided dice are possible. 1d4, 2d4. Anyway, give me a fucking math person in here to actually give me, because I get 0.31. So 69% of not failing. If it's 69% of not failing, you're telling me if I MMO are, well, 69% chance probability, but you still only have 25% on any individual odd. Okay, so what we're saying is on any individual one, 25%, but if we do 4, then we should, out of 4, get 1, because we have a 31% chance of only a 31% chance of failing 4 times in a row. Okay. So you got somebody that does, back to the original point. You got somebody who has the ability to farm 4 sets of mats. I think the formula he's doing is pulling marbles from a bag and keep the marble out of the bag. Probability and possibility do not add up to the same thing. That I knew. There's a difference between probability of a single event or probability in groups of events, groups of the same events. Yeah, but the math works on that because it's 0.75 times 0.75. You're making it so that you're not taking the marble out of the bag and eliminating it, because every time you're doing 0.75. That's why I don't teach math. But yeah, so 0.75 by 0.75. Anyway, so we're saying that if we do it 4 times, there's a 69% chance out of 4 attempts. There's a 69% chance out of 4 attempts that you're going to get your item. No, it's not released. We've got years from now, years and years and years to go. So the point was, is time going to give you an advantage? And yes, time is going to give you an advantage because you have the ability then. You have the ability to go and farm. You have the ability to go and farm 4 sets of mats, or 8 sets of mats, or 10 sets of mats. And then you're going to pyramid walk up your +8 to your +9. Does that give the person with 18 hours a day of game time an advantage over the person with 6 hours of game time? Yes, absolutely. As it should. As it should. Now that our little jaunt into statistics is over. That's also why in some games, every failure, Arcade, Revelation Online, every failure does the marble out of the bag technique, because in Arcade Unchained or Arcade, for example, you try to upgrade something, you have a 10% chance. When you fail on that first chance, it buffs you up, it buffs you up to now a 15% chance, and then a 20% chance, and then a 25% chance. So, and I remember Kia, one of the tanks in Paradox, he plays Arcade. He ended up having 9 failures on he ended up having 9 failures on a piece of Hiram gear. I think he walked that item up. When he finally hit on it, he had a 60% chance of success. Meanwhile, there were people that in 5 rolls got 5 pieces of gear. So RNG and upgrading is bullshit. And Steven's against that, just so we're all clear. RNG in upgrading only exists at the over enchanting level. So if they want, so you're going to have some parts of your enchanting is going to have 100% chance. Some parts is going to have not 100% chance and some backwards progression. And then some of it will have you blow up your item. I'm a fan of blowing up your item because I feel that it keeps the artisan system. I feel that it keeps the artisan system healthy. And what I mean by that is, if you have people that are constantly blowing up magic pens, then the magic pen makers, right? The magic pen makers have customers. If you make it so that every enchant is 100% totally safe, then you ultimately have a system where the artisans eventually make everybody their gear, and the only people they're catering to are the new players. And let's be honest. Let's be honest. New players, they're going to hopscotch past pieces as the availability of best in slot items are available. They're going to hopscotch the items can no longer break due to durability. The people who needed their Wambulance, Steven wasn't sure which direction they weren't going to go. And people cried and whined on the forums, and they decided to not have items be able to be destroyed. So now items can be repaired forever. They just take gold and the item of repairability. So if it's an iron sword, you're going to need iron. If it's a gold pen, you're going to need gold. So there is no more destructibility of items due to durability loss. There's no item breakage. Now, items can break and become non-equipable. And they have to be repaired by an artisan. But you will always be able to repair them. I feel like if anything, it should only be legendary items that can't be destroyed. No, I actually feel the inverse. I feel legendary items should most absolutely be destroyed, because then it puts those legendary items back into the system of obtainable. I think your legendary item should be an item that you have for X period of time, and then it breaks and you need to get another one to reforge it. That's some bullshit. They should make it where a system where you can only repair it a certain amount of times, like a rust system. It builds up red until they can't be repaired anymore. I 100% agree with you. Unfortunately, the majority of the player base whined about that because they whined about that situation because I don't want to have to grind 6 hours a day to fix my gear. And I said, why are we dealing with the third standard deviation of situations? I could have it where my sword lasts nine months. You can have a long-term durability system. You can have a long-term durability system. But the items still eventually need to be repaired, especially if you're dying a lot. Now, I won't say there goes crafting, because you are still going to need a crafter to repair those items. Now, work with me here. Go against what we know. Go against what most people fall into. Look at the size of the world. Look at the size of the world. And say you're in that Arctic region and you have some specialized gear. You need to go to a node and you need to hope that that node has a player stall or a player store, player shop, with a repair person who is willing to repair your gear at the price you are willing to tip them. Artisans are going to be able to tell you to fuck off and pound sand. Yeah, repairing is locked to crafters in that specialization. So you come up to my player stall and I've set the price of repairs at 1,000 gold. And you walk up and you're like, I don't want to pay 1,000 gold. Well, foo-foo ka-choo, I'm not there right now. Please leave a message and I'll get right back to you. I'm gone. I'm the only repair shop in, remember, because you're going to have sections of the world like this. I'm the only repair shop, right? I am the only guy who can repair your shit. And you decide that because you are you and you are a special snowflake, you shouldn't have to pay the going rate of 1,000 gold. Now, your item is down to 20% repairability. And you realize you have a couple of hour walk. You have a couple of hour walk out of this area, but you're supposed to raid the windmill boss just below the town in about an hour. You simply don't have time. Maybe you find the crafter online. Hey man, can you cut me a deal? No, can't cut you a deal. It's 1,000 gold. Well, I don't want to pay that. I don't want to repair your item. If artisans actually hold the line, then the artisan system will be fine. Does item performance degrade with durability? I do not believe so. The item durability entire part of the artisan system is subject to change. So we're at the point where we don't know what's going to go on with all of the bits and pieces. So repairable but breakable. If you let it break, it would be nice too. If it gets too low and you just decide to ignore that fact it's getting low, you can still break it. No, because then people will whine and cry. It's not fair. It's not fair. I went into combat with my sword at 40%. It's not fair. Mine broke. Jahlon takes care of his gear and he repairs his when his goes down to 70%. Not fair. I think a fun option would be to mirror D&D 3.5. Indestructible enchant consumes +5 worth of enchanting, and +6 and beyond is over enchanting. Yeah, I mean, a little bit. I think going up to like +4. Going up to +4. I mean, arbitrarily, you can go X number of enchants that are safe, X plus that can walk you backwards, and then the very top over enchanting sets you backwards. But the problem is, if you're gonna make me risk not only the magic pen, but also 8 levels of enchanting on it, I damn well better get a good buff out of it. If you guys know what I'm talking about in Arcage, the difference between a divine and an epic weapon is pretty damn significant. The difference between a divine and a legendary weapon is what the fuck. Like, you're talking 2 steps away, but the difference in power is what the fuck difference. That's bad for your enchanting system, because then again, you've created an artificial meta. You can't play Arcage in a world of legendary weapon holders. You can't have a divine weapon. You just don't hit hard enough. There should be a small difference in power between the highest and the somewhat risky. And there should be a difference in power between the somewhat risky and the not risky at all. I think those who risk it get the biscuit. But you can't have so you make 1 to 4 safe, you make 5 to 8 mildly unsafe, and you make 9 and 10 breakable, right? You can't have a 25% increase from 8 and 9 and another 25% increase between 9 and 10, because then you're talking a 50% increase in power between 8 and 10, and that's just not good for the system. This system of needing repairs provides plenty of gold sinks to prevent inflation, which is a problem many MMOs face. Yeah, the economic setup that Intrepid has is gonna automatically deal with gold sinks. The fact that mobs don't drop gold is going to be great for the economy. That's just an example. Yeah, just an example. That's not the max level of enchant. They haven't finalized anything with that. When it comes to over enchanting, what we're going to do is likely have a safety, and this is something obviously that needs to be tested. But we're going to have a safety period of enchantment like in Lineage 2. I think you could enchant +4. And so we're going to have a similar system where you can enchant safely, and then you start to take risks. That percentage of potentially damaging your item through the decay system or completely disabling it through the destruction system is a risk that will be present. So yeah, there is going to be over enchanting with some risks. As in real life, if the crafters don't hold the line, it will end up not being impactful. Exactly. Will there be a cap in enchantment level? Yes, there will be a cap. There will be a cap. We are going to do this battle. I'm going to get up and dehydrate, and then we're going to talk about the economy. The economy. Good to see so many of you showing up. 74 allies. That's a good time. Don't forget, guys, if you play Stream Raiders with us, make sure you join my Discord and say something in the Stream Raiders channel so I can put you in the PvP group, because we've been having more and more problems with people joining our PvP matches. I want to make sure to lock that channel. Dude, I love your dinosaur at the top. You're just chomping away. I think I died. I did die. You guys, let me die. And last one. Loyalty boss chest. Oh, hi. What are you guys? You're bats? The level 20 bats? I'll spearhead right here. The egg of an ancient protector and the behemoth's natural predator. Oh, we have to protect the egg? We have to protect the egg. Protect the egg. Protect egg. Protect the eggs. All right. I'm going to get up real quick. I hear my wife up. I want to say good morning to my wife. She's not feeling well. Then I'll be right back. Alrighty. So there's over enchanting sounds like BDO's higher weapon gear leveling. The difference is you can't get your gear to upgrade, you can't continue to progress in the game and do content. Yeah, that's a bad system. But then again, BDO is, as far as I'm aware, has a cash shop that allows you to buy the items that helps you to upgrade. So that's part of the ArcAge BDO Revelation Online business model. Let's sell the enchant upgrade items in the cash shop so that we can make more money. Because that's how we do it. That holds up. That holds up in Asia because Asians love their pay to win. Jake Song said for ArcAge 2, he's identified that the Western audience doesn't like that. I mean, guys, you got to remember, there is a difference. Greed of humanity is shit. Hold on. You got to remember, gaming in Asia and gaming in Oriental Asians like their pay to win. Look, man, the Asian region likes their pay to win. I'm sorry that you get lumped in with Asia, but gaming is a completely different sort of pastime in Asia than it is in North America. Like in Korea, man, they get off work, they go to the cyber cafe, they game together for a couple of hours, then they go home, they game some more. They hang out at the cafe to, you know, socialize. Could you imagine gamers socializing in public? They'd have to learn to bathe. They'd have to learn to actually bathe and take care of their hygiene. I'm fine with pay to convenience. I never pay for in-game stuff, less so for skins, like ever. But if I'd engage in a game for a lot of my time, I'd like to spend some of my money to get convenience stuff. I really dislike skins. I see no reason to get them. There's no such thing as pay to convenience. There is no such thing as pay to convenience. Pay to ... Your convenience is somebody else's win. Because there is nothing you can say is a convenience that doesn't give you power and give you an advantage. The only thing you can sell in your cash shop is cosmetics if you're trying to keep the power leveling normal. Now, the problem with pay to ... is that somebody said the other day, I should be able to spend money to keep up with people since I don't have enough playtime to keep up with them. The problem with that is, what do you do with somebody like me who has the disposable income to outpace your spending, and I still have more time to outpace your I have more playtime to outpace your playtime, and I have more disposable income than you do. That's why pay to ... never fixes the problem. Yeah, don't worry. The jumping on the fireball has been nixed already. The jumping on the fireball has been nixed. So now gold sinks. Keep in mind, in Ashes of Creation, only humanoid mobs are slated to drop gold because it only makes sense that humanoid mobs have gold. Everybody else drops a bone, a tooth, an antler, a hide, a scale, a foot. You have to take those items and move them around the world. I did an entire video on the economy. I'm gonna link that because, well, actually, I'll link the page. I'll link the page because a lot of people don't understand the economy of Ashes of Creation. So here is the economy. Do I see black market activity in this game's future? Is it possible? You mean like real world transactions? Real world transactions. Yeah, let me just say this. One thing that impresses me about Intrepid is that they understand that RMT and real world money transactions and gold buying is a problem. They've had that in mind the entire time, and they have contracted and built in anti-cheat software. So they're going to ban gold buyers, and they're going to ban people who RMT. And let me tell you guys, it is really easy. It is really, really, really easy to figure out who buys gold. It's really, really easy to figure out who buys gold. And there's only going to be a couple of people who lose a $500 account or a $1,000 account with all of the referrals on it because they bought gold. And then most people will stop doing it. Most people engage in bad behavior not because they're willing to risk it, but because they watch and there is no punishment for doing it, so they feel confident in doing it. If you get caught buying gold, permaban. If you get caught, buying legendary items, here's the big one. Yeah, it's a two-side. Well, yeah, you ban sellers automatically. Most games won't pull the trigger on banning buyers. They give the buyers a pat on the hat, and they said they say, it's okay. You can have a 3-day ban. Well, Steven doesn't like cheaters. Steven wants to fucking ban them all. Good, fucking ban them. I thought they were general crafting materials you sell to players, but it doesn't sound like that. No. Right now, and there's a lot of stuff that we've cobbled together. Mobs drop stuff that you take to the Hunter's Lodge, and they drop crafting materials. So they drop both. But yeah, I linked the wrong damn page because I didn't copy and paste the economy. So let me do this because I am stupid. What the hell is going on? Oh, I can't I can't delete my own comments. That's why. There's the economy one. I'm sure there is some smart RMT that launder the gold through like 3 accounts before selling. Yeah, there are some companies that launder the gold through like 3 accounts before selling. The thing is that remember, it's just data moving around. It's just bits of data. All you have to do is find the first broken link in the chain, and you grab hold of that broken link and you trace it all the way back. That a lot of people get upset. They're like, I don't know why this video game isn't doing anything about cheaters. Remember, they bundle them up. And because it's a subscription model, you can ban that person because you need name and address to register your credit card. No, you actually don't. You can ban the name on the credit card. But I don't think they have that information. PayPal, they can ban your PayPal, and they can also fuck you on that. If they ban your PayPal, they send a message to PayPal saying you've been banned for X. And don't think that PayPal doesn't keep a record on you and how many chargebacks you've done. They have all that shit. PayPal has all of that information about you. Most of the time chargebacks work because companies don't have the time and resources to fight every chargeback, but some companies do. Those hunting certificates are sold to NPCs. Yes, hunting certificates are sold to NPCs. They are sold to the hunters' lodges. So, yes. Oh, Frostpaw is continuing the gift sub. Thank you, Frostpaw. It was nice of you. But yeah, if you keep in mind, this is what would really suck for you. You get one account banned, and then they look at how many other accounts you own, or they know that you have those other accounts and they banned you. They ban you as a player. And I know some people have tried to make the argument to me, Intrepid Studios can't ban me from their game, they can only ban my account. And I'd say to them, bullshit. Intrepid Studios can ban you as a person because they have the any and all clause in their terms of service. I don't know why. I don't know why people believe that they know the law. Terms of service are effective the moment you use the product. Terms of service are valid the moment you the moment you accept the product. The 120 XP that's showing up all the time, I don't know if that's from them destroying the crystals or if that 120 that pops up periodically is when Steven nukes the other boss. I haven't had a chance to dig into that. But when you agree to a game, a terms of service, the moment you play the game, you agreed to the terms of service. Now, I know my European friends, you have some different laws in Europe that a lot of American companies haven't. Oh, Snows, subscribe for 10 months at tier 1. I know there are some European laws that American companies aren't exactly great at keeping up with. They're not exactly good at keeping up with your laws. I know in Europe you have to have the right, and Europeans, you're kind of bad at thinking your laws say shit that they don't say. Keep this in mind. It's a two-part problem. The terms of service must be available for review prior to playing the game. That does not mean, right? That does not mean that you can get a refund if you buy the game because you get into the game and you look at the terms of service and you don't agree to them. Some Europeans are like, well, that's exactly what it means. And I said, no, what it means is that if you go and you look up Ashes of Creation terms of service, you can find the terms of service on the website. Making the terms of service available for review prior to purchase means somewhere on the ether, it's available. So the terms of service for Ashes of Creation are in fact available at ashesofcreation.com/terms. The termination clause, the very, very standard termination clause. Intrepid reserves the right to terminate this agreement at any time for any reason or for no reason, with or without notice to you. Guess what? I didn't agree to that. Yes, the fuck you did. You did agree to it. What part confuses you? That's their terms of service. You play their game, you agree to it. The moment you log into the game for 1 second, you've agreed to the terms of service. So, yeah, you just clicked through it like most of you do. Like most of you don't understand that Intrepid Studios doesn't have to give you a refund if the Borg invade Earth. The word Borg appears in the terms of service twice. Most of you didn't know that. Most of you didn't know that Intrepid isn't responsible to give you a refund due to any pandemic, bacterial, or viral infections leading to the reanimation of expired human remains. Because they put that shit in there to be funny. Because you hit yes, I accept and moved through it, and nerds like me read the terms of service. So, keep that in mind. If they're being nice, they'll ban the account, strike 2, ban IP bans are fucking useless. IP bans are absolutely fucking useless. Number one, if I restart my modem, I get a new IP address. So it's just that simple. Somebody said, well, MAC address ban them. Yeah, because that takes like 2 seconds to get around as well. Well, hardware ID ban them. Yeah, because that takes 2 seconds to get around as well. The only way that you could really start to deal with people who are cheating, and nobody see the problem with dealing people that are with people that are cheating, right? Involves going back against 20 years of legislation and giving Microsoft more power. Because let's be honest, the majority of gamers are playing on Windows PCs. Link account to phone number. Okay. And what? And I don't have 15 phone numbers? I can't generate an infinite number of phone numbers? Linking account to a phone number is bullshit. Google Voice, Skype. I can put $5 on a Skype account number. I can spend $5 and get a prepaid fucking phone number. Google Voice. You can't, anything that you try to do that's easily done is easily gotten around. Burner phone. Yep. $5. $5. That's all I need. Got a different number. Got a different SIM card. Got a different number. Phone number. Oh, well, my daughter doesn't play this game, but my daughter has a phone. I'll use her number. Hey, give me your phone. I need the 6-digit. Can't link to Social Security. Cannot link to the Social Security number because if you two-part reason. Two-part reason. Number one, first and foremost, the moment you start storing Social Security numbers, the amount of fucking security you must have on your system goes through the goddamn roof. Like if you get caught accepting Social Security numbers or storing Social Security numbers not in compliance with the like 20,000 pages of federal documentation for the storage of Social Security numbers, that's a pine cone fine. Okay? That's a pine cone fine. Number two, in the Social Security law, it states that the only thing Social Security numbers are supposed to be used for is Social Security, not your credit report. And they are very quickly finding people are rolling back. People are rolling back where they're using Social Security numbers. And the reason why the government hasn't done anything about all the other people using Social Security numbers for personal identification yet is it's taken the military this damn long, because they've been using Social Security numbers for 40 years now. So many of the DoD systems are based on Social Security number. Now you don't use your social. Now you use what is the hell's the fucking acronym? Your DoD benefits ID number. So yeah, DoD ID number. I couldn't. For me, it's benefits ID number. For you, because you're still active duty, you have a DoD ID. DoD. Yeah. Okay. Too many D's. Triple D. So they can't start slapping people for Social Security use until the DoD isn't there, because then they'd have to find the DoD. Isn't that fucking stupid? We have to find our own government. Did you hear about the Russian that changed the fine print in the contract? When it went to court, the judge was like, and I'm paraphrasing, you credit card company bring people in here all the time that didn't read the fine print. When you issued the credit card, you accepted the altered terms. I will tell you this, Sparky. I altered the terms in a contract once. I pen and ink changed the contract. I pen and ink changed it on their copy and my copy. And they went into court. I got sued. They went into court. They handed the judge their copy. I handed the judge my copy. And the judge looks at it and he's like, why are we here? And they're like, well, blah, 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 violation. And he's like, but he made changes to the contract and you signed them. You initialed next to his change. Why are we here? Happy holidays, Ember Tech. The judge was like, why are we here? And then my lawyer and I are sitting on our side and they're arguing with the judge, and the judge is like, but you initialed it on his copy as well. And you signed it. And his signature says, Jahlon, parentheses, with annotated changes. I actually wrote with annotated changes on my signature line so there could be no confusion. And they signed after me. And then they were like, well, we didn't see the change. And the judge was like, but the signature says with annotated changes. By the way, if you don't know that, if you make a change in a contract, indicate on your signature line, parentheses with annotated changes. The reason why is because if it ever comes into dispute that, about the annotated changes, the judge is going to say to the other party, well, if you didn't know there were annotated changes, why didn't you question him or her on the signature? Because remember, most of the time you sign second. Most of the time you sign second. It's like, I tell you guys the story, and it's for your own good. I tell the title company, whenever I buy a piece of property, I tell the title company, either send me the contract in advance or be prepared to be there for a long fucking time. And the last house I bought, the title company didn't send me the contract in advance, and they didn't like the way they didn't like the way I did things, because they would hand me one of the pages, and I would sign it, and I would turn it over and put it under my hand, and they're like, I'll take that back. No, you won't. I will give you everything back when it's signed. And the girl was like, well, I need to put these back in a particular order. And I said, well, then go get fucking page tabs. I don't give you anything signed. If you need 15 signatures from me, you will get all 15 things signed, because I'm not going to be beholden to anything I've signed until I have everything signed. And I had a title company person once look at me and say, you know, that makes you a really big pain in the ass. And I said, it does make me a really big pain in the ass. But we both know you present these documents in such a way to cover your ass. If I don't like the 17th form I have to sign, you don't get any of these back, because we're not doing the deal. You're not going to have, well, we still get paid. You don't get paid for shit if I don't close the deal. You don't get your fee page signed first. That shit's last. Give me the paperwork in the logical order then. And I'm like, I guess we're at an impasse then. If you don't want to give me the rest of the forms, I guess you get to explain to both realtors why we're not selling a house today. Then I'm sitting there and I'm reading, and they're like, it's just a standard contract, sir. Okay. Then if it's just a standard contract, you could have sent me the standard contract 3 days ago, so I could have read it, and then I could have spot checked. All right, I need to see page 13 of yours. Why? Because I have page 13 here, and I want to compare and make sure they're the same page 13. Only exception to that is a reservation of the right to make a unilateral contract change. Changes, even signed ones, can be challenged without the right articulated. Doesn't fall under Christian doctrine. Yeah, if the contract says no, this contract is only valid if no changes have been made. But most of the time, I strike that out of contracts I sign. By the way, if you strike something out of a contract on both your copy and their copy, make sure you strike it through and initial and then write struck through. That way it doesn't just look like somebody inked over it deliberately. Like if I was going to sign Steven's, thing, and I didn't like the fact that disturbances in the force were in the contract, I would strike through disturbances in the force. At the end of that line, I would initial J -PGN, and I would put struck through. That way, if anybody's reading down the column, they're going to be like, shit, he struck that through and we didn't see it. This topic is super interesting to me, and you speak it well. I wrote contracts for the government. Oh, you wrote government contracts? Then you understand where I got all my training, because I never wanted to be a core, a contracting officer representative, because fuck. Oh my God. Cap, can you sign this? Nope. But you're the core. Don't care. Nope. But you're the nope. I'd take that shit back to the contracting officer. Here, you need to sign these. Hey, you do know that you're authorized to sign these. Nope. Nope. Ever since I saw the guy get paid like a $10 million bonus for doing shitty work, I was never signing anything again, because fuck that. Anybody that wrote contracts for the government, and MHoop is one of those people, they'll tell you that you got one contracting officer doing the work of about 15 people, and I'm not even making that up. Defense Acquisition Work Improvement Act. Oh, diarrhea makes me cringe. I understand I'm authorized, however, I'm unwilling. Yeah, exactly. Fuck that. Diarrhea. Oh, man. A soup to nuts shop. And so we had to solicit and manage. Yeah, no thanks. No thanks. No thank you. No thank you. No thank you. I don't want to be a core anymore. If you guys don't know the contract I'm talking about, guy laid hundreds of yards of concrete in the Bacon summer sun. The top concrete has to be laid in a certain temperature or it has to be covered, but he had to lay like hundreds of yards of it in a short period of time. The guy got a $10 million bonus if he completed on time. He laid hundreds of yards of concrete in the Bacon sun, no covering, no water washing, none of that. And I called him out on it and I said, hey, you realize that you're laying this stuff and in like 30 days, you're going to have to rework all of this. And he's like, it's only going to cost me a couple of million to rework it, but I lose a $10 million bonus if I don't deliver to you by Friday. I deliver to you by Friday, I get a $10 million bonus. I use $2 million of that to rework it. And I was like, yeah, but then my people get inconvenienced with, and he's like, well, that sucks to be you. They've been trying to figure out if I need to take diarrhea training for over a year now. So far, nobody has come up with the orders or regulations that force me to do that training. Isn't it interesting that you're supposed to take it? Somebody says you're supposed to take it, yet they don't stop you from signing anything. I can sue Walmart. Shit, they went against my availability and it was signed by my manager. I put indefinite on it and they only put for 2 weeks trying to fuck with me. They went against my availability and it was signed by my manager. I put indefinite on it and they only put it up for 2 weeks trying to fuck with me. Don't think that would work. I had a course on a contract for Milcon in a green zone one time using the wrong color of money. That was cool. Hey, you missed the show the other day where I was trying to explain to people that isn't all money green. The colors of money. All right, I need 20 million in red and I only have 4, but I have 20 million in black. Who can I trade? And you start calling people and they don't want to do a 1-for-1. They want you to give up money. I can give you 4 million in red, but I can give you 4 million in red, but you're going to give me 6 million because I need to finish a project. And it's like, no, I'll give you 4. And they're like, well, then you're going to put me in a situation where I help you, but I don't get it's like, fuck. This is ridiculous. The best is when you have what you need and you don't need to trade with anybody, or you find equal trades. And then you don't find equal trades with people that can't trade with you because of the end of the year fucking 2, 3, and 4 digit codes. Yeah. Those trades are always people saying, I screwed up and closed my books on a project I still owe invoices on. Or the people who've spent it twice. Or the best was when somebody shipped something somewhere and they had to ship something somewhere and they had 40,000 to ship it with. And so we shipped it and then they didn't have any money left to ship it back. So they said, well, what do you mean ship it back? Well, you need to have the money to ship it back, and they were borrowing, and stealing. All right, I'm a little confused as to what's going on. Why haven't these eggs hatched? Oh, hi. Hi. That's pretty sexy. Can we drop some of those in PvP for a change? Can we get some of those in PvP? That would definitely help us. That was a good time. Would you hush? Hush your face. I'll get a long map. So we'll do a couple today and then we'll be able to. What time is it? Oh yeah, we'll get at least one of these done. We'll get this done. Oh, what is this? Orc encampment. Orc tracks. No way of telling how many. A lot. That's a lot of orcs. But you know what we have for this? We have an orc slayer. You had to fill out time cards? Yeah, man. Pink sheets. When I was a technician, I had to fill out pink sheets. Magically, though, the rounding rules is they tell you to round up on your pink sheets. And then, of course, at the end of the week, when you haven't been paying attention, you're doing electrostatic safety tests. And you're the safety bench monkey. And so you're testing about 8 pieces an hour, and you're writing up each one for 15 minutes. And so you end up writing up 2 hours for every one. And then at the end of the week, your boss asks you why you did overtime, and you're like, I'm military. Of course I didn't do overtime. That shit's always fun too. You listed FOB destination. Yeah, not FOB destination and return. Always fun. Definitely not going to sign anything now without reading. Yeah, man, you should never... like, even the bank. My daughter opened her bank account, and they got mad at me. They got mad at me because I was reading the bank paperwork, and I was like, you're the bank. Don't you want me to read the paperwork? Although my banker knows me, and she's like, sir, it's the same paperwork that you have for like your other 5 accounts. I was like, that's all you had to say. I'm still going to read it. You go ahead and give me this to sign. You work on the other account. What game is this? This is Ashes of Creation. This is the MMORPG in development by Intrepid Studios under the leadership of Steven Sharif, the owner, and Jeffrey Bard, the lead game designer. It's just entering Alpha 1. We've had our first Alpha 1 pre-test 2 weeks ago, and they've shown off some footage. This is a particular... this is some footage. Oh, you're just kidding. Okay. The game is not out yet. This is just the game released by the studio. Yes, exactly. I came in here to ask about Ashes and got rolled into conversations about contracts. Yeah, that's my show, man. My show is an endless trail of rabbit holes. Sometimes we'll go 4 hours talking about Ashes. Other times, oh, he's a sub. Oh, I didn't even see that. You got me happy. You got me. Yeah, we talk about life, the universe, everything. That's why I have my other channel. I have a channel called Jahlon On. It's Jahlon on life. It's Jahlon on this. It's Jahlon on that. As a former teacher, I feel horrible that any of you that went through the public school system probably didn't get an education worth a damn. And, you know, it bothers me. It bothers me that, what? Have you ever had anyone try to fuck you on a contract? Yeah, of course. That's contract negotiation from the ancient Latin. Fuck the other guy over first. I've had people try to fuck me over on contracts, both professionally and personally. Things that your real estate agent will say to you that they say that, well, in order to make this work, I'm willing to work with the other agent, and we're each willing to kick off a 0.25 percentage point because we want to make this work. And then when you get to closing day, all of the contracts and all of the forms, they're all set up, and you're like, you look at your agent. I said, hey man, this still says 6% commission. I thought you and your cohort were going to knock your percentage down to 5.5. Cause that brings me within where I can close on this. And they're like, oh, well, I forgot, and then they'll be like, we forgot, but what we're going to do is, I say, no, what we're going to do is you're going to tell the title company you fucked up, and you're going to reprocess all these forms, or you're going to go to the bank and you're going to pull out the cash right now, and you're going to put the cash in my hand. You're not going to offer me a check. Nothing. You're either going to put cash in my hand and I'll forget what was in the contract, or you're going to change the contract. And then that's when they know you're serious. By the way, never be afraid to fire your real estate agent. Never be afraid. If your real estate agent gives you bad vibes, fire your fucking real estate agent. I'm not saying that there's not great real estate agents out there, but there are some really shitty real estate agents out there. My first new car, I read the entire contract. I forgot what they were explaining before I signed, but it was the exact opposite of what they had in the contract. I called them out, and the finance guy was, why would we do that? I said, it's in your contract. He said, I was the first person to point that out in 4 years of him doing finance at their dealership. Yeah, I'll give you guys the story about and Tamir, if she's here, I'll tell you how embarrassed she was. Tamir totaled her car. That's not the embarrassing part. Tamir totaled the full-size sedan we had. And then I drove an Ion, little tiny compact car from Saturn, fucking clown car. She totaled the sedan that gave the kids extra room in the back, and we had a teenager, an older adult, and a kid in a car seat in the back. That wasn't going to work in the Ion. So Tamir and I go to get we go to pick up my Journey. I went to USAA.com. They show you all the deals in the area. Guaranteed price for the vehicle. Guaranteed price from USAA. That VIN number. I walked on the lot. I remember the guy's name was Darren. I walked into their sales building, which was amazing. I got that far onto the lot before somebody stalked me. And I said, I'm looking at this vehicle, this VIN number, blah, blah, blah. I said, I have my USAA guaranteed price lock. He's like, okay, I can show that to you. I said, just go ahead and grab the keys. I want to take it for a test drive. He's like, okay. As we're walking to the vehicle, I looked at him and I said, don't try to sell me a vehicle today. Don't try to sell me. I'm buying a vehicle if you don't fuck this up. We get in the vehicle. We take the test drive. I like the vehicle. I like the price. We get back to the sales building. I said, write up the paperwork. Don't even send your insurance agent over. I'm going to get my own insurance on the vehicle. I've got the VIN. I call USAA. I say, hey, I'm picking up this VIN number. Everything you need to know about the vehicle is on your website. USAA is great about this. They're like, oh, you're buying a USAA guaranteed price vehicle? I said, yeah. They're like, Mr. Jahlon, why don't I just call you back in a couple of minutes? You don't need to sit on hold. Great. They don't need anything from me because they have the mileage, they have the vehicle, the write-up, the engine size, all that shit they need to do the policy. They have all that. Girl calls me back 5 minutes later. She's like, you now have insurance. I've emailed you the cards so that you can show the dealership. Okay, great. They're fucking around and they're taking their time and they're taking their time and they're taking their time. And Darren, the salesman, is talking to me. And I said, look, man, the only thing I care about is two things. I care about that the contract you put in front of me is highlighted, that there's no prepayment penalty, and that the price is the price. That's all I care about. I don't try to talk to me. Don't try to do anything else with me. All I want to know is that the price is the price, and that you tell your finance guy to show me the section of the contract that delineates no prepayment penalty. We go from their little corner sales place down the block a bit to their main, because they have like 3 car dealerships all in one place. They're like, it's going to be a little bit of a wait. It's going to be a little bit of a wait. There's 2 people ahead of you closing on vehicles. I said, okay. We're there for about an hour, sitting around with our thumb up our ass. It's after 10 o'clock at night, but I need the vehicle. Finally get in there, finance guy. First thing the finance guy does is slide me a piece of paper, that really long piece of fucking paper. I look at the bottom. I look at the salesman. I said, I told you not to fuck this up. I look at the sales guy. I said, this is not the price of the vehicle. I hand him the USAA thing. And he says, well, you see, we've done the upholstery. I said, I don't give a fuck. I have a guaranteed price for this VIN number. And they didn't give it to me during my wait because they figured it's after 10 o'clock at night. I'm just going to pay $3,000 more for the undercarriage treatment, the anti-scratching coat, all that bullshit that doesn't do anything to help your vehicle. I said, hey man, it's after 10 o'clock at night, but USAA is still open until my agent is still there until I'm done with this deal. Would you like me to call USAA and tell them that you're fucking me on a guaranteed car price and that they need to just take all of your kickbacks that you get from your entire fucking 13 car dealership thing that you got going on? Because the USAA price lock is, you sell me this vehicle and this VIN number at this price. And he said something other than I'm making it right. And I just pulled out my phone and started dialing USAA. And he kind of got this holy look of for. And then I looked at the sales guys like, you can go because you're fucking done and you don't need a commission. And I'm on the phone with USAA. I was like, yeah, they're this dealership, this name is playing loose and fast with your. He's like, no. He's like, we're gonna give it to you. And the USAA person is like, is that them saying a no to you that they try? I said, yes, it is. Can you call us tomorrow and let us know how this went? I said, absolutely. I'll call you tomorrow. And there's my wife, just got this look of, oh, you've triggered my husband. I looked at the guy, I said, I don't have a bunch of fucking time to wait around. Time is money, and you're wasting mine. I said, I told your guy not to fuck this up. Get it fixed now. They get it all fixed. I walk outside. In Illinois, we have to have front license plates. I walk outside, and my front license plate isn't mounted. And I look at him and I said, you had one fucking job for the last 3 hours was to mount this front license plate. We won't mount the front license plate until the car is purchased in case we transfer this vehicle back over to Missouri to sell because Missouri doesn't have a front license plate requirement. I said, you had 3 hours knowing I told you I was buying the car, knowing I got insurance on the car. You couldn't get the front license plate mounted. And they're like, oh, well, we gave you the mounting kit. I was like, if you think I'm ever going to recommend this car dealership to anybody, you're out of your mind. The smartass actually said to me, well, it's not like you have a lot of pull or anything. And I said, I'm the officer on the military base that briefs all of the new arrivals to the base about a lot of things. So I talk to every new person arriving to the military base. Do you want me to tell every single new military member that you run a scammy car dealership? And that's when the fucking salesman and the sales manager both kind of had the, we just fucked ourselves in the ass with a pine cone. So how long does it take? Like 5 minutes? Yeah, it takes like 5 minutes, but here was their thing. They didn't have a mechanic that could do it. So, yeah, I got a phone call from the owner of the car dealership the next day. And then I got like he started off like he wanted to be like cool. And then he went with like he was trying to make a threat. Like he's like, well, you know that you can't tell people the story. I said, I can't do what? I can't do what? I can't tell a story about my personal experience with your car dealership. Are you trying to tell me what I can and cannot do with my personal time? Well, you can't do that. We work hand in hand with the base. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, is that a limitation in Illinois? It takes a mechanic to put on a front license plate. Yeah, like the fucking porters and the car dealers, car detailers, they can't use a fucking drill. Like you can do it with a screwdriver. Yeah, I can't say don't go there, but I can tell my story. It's like the same thing, guys. There are North Americans, United States citizens. There are things that your former employer can say about you and things that your former employer can't say about you. And I don't know every state, so I'll just tell you in Illinois, the things your former employer can say about you is starting date, ending date, starting pay, ending pay. And they can answer the question, if this person chose to re-seek employment with you, would you rehire them? Let me tell you, while I can't say anything bad about you, the fucker's always late, fucker's a thief, useless, horrible work. It's just bro code. I guess it's just like now code. You can't use the phrase bro code. It's just code. The new employer is going to ask the 3 questions. When was their starting date? What was their ending date? What was their starting pay? What was their ending pay? Would you rehire them if they chose to re-seek employment with you? When I say no, that's got it. Thanks, bro. Click. So keep that in mind. Always keep that in mind. Even inside the law, there are ways to screw people over, and it's completely legal. And it's not slander if it's all true. That is 100% accurate. It's only slander or libel if you know for a fact that what you're saying is false. As long as you have something that you can hang it on that you thought it was true, and it would be reasonably accepted by a third party that what you thought was reasonably true, then you're covered. Now, if somebody contacts you and says, hey, what you're saying about me is false, here's the lawsuit that happened, or here's the whatever, then you got that. Somebody on my Discord posted, who posted that? Was that Sparky that posted that this morning? The fucking, yeah, it was Sparky. Warner Music copyright claimed a YouTube video by a guy who was doing a YouTube video about why Warner Music shouldn't have had to defend themselves against a lawsuit, when Warner Music manually claimed the video tune that the courts had just told them they didn't own the rights to. So I'm actually going to share this because this is a good...
Okay, a couple months back, I made a video commenting.
This is a good video to watch to see how insanity is getting out of control in our country. So good share by Sparky on that. Also, if you're, so that you guys know, we get into a lot on our Discord. Is there any kind of law that protects journalists from slander? No, journalists are the ones that are held accountable to slander and libel, depending on if they're print or audio journalists. They're the ones that are affected most by that. Slander and libel laws are actually meant to stop slime journalists from saying whatever they want. I had went to a car dealership trying to buy a newer car, asked a random dealer where they keep the cars under 8K, and the woman wasted 2 hours of my time pulling up a single car that cost over 8K. I just looked her in the face and said bye. She looked at me like, what the fuck? Bitch made sure to put up a shitty review. Yeah, I know. I always wondered why PewDiePie never sued all the journalists who called him a Nazi and anti-Semite and whatnot. I wish he did, because didn't he, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he do something controversial? Didn't he do something controversial that then invalidated all of those future lawsuits? If I recall correctly. Because remember, once you make one comment one time, you own that one. You own that comment forever. So hold on, let me see. Yeah, I'm looking at a video. I'm looking at a picture right now. Where, sorry for the very long link, but that's where I got it. Looking at the picture right now, he sort of oh yeah. Yeah, he fucked up. I'm not showing this stuff on my stream, but he fucked up, man. He fucked up. He fucked up by something he did. So remember, once you do X, you can apologize for it, you can own it, you can try to minimalize it, you can do whatever. But as long as it exists, as long as people can do what I just did and find it and post it, it still exists. Like, that would be like, for example, when ArcAge Unchained came out, the only reason why I got invited to the media server for ArcAge Unchained was because I was running the most watched Twitch show on ArcAge Unchained. I was producing the videos on YouTube with the most views, and it wasn't just me and my community saying, why aren't I on the media server? It was just total strangers and fellow content creators saying, look, Crolin, look, Big Data Dude, look, guys that work at Gamigo now, you don't like Jay for the shit he said about you back when you worked for Tryon, but you're literally blacklisting the guy who's going to be able to do the biggest media reach for you and give you the best advice. Well, Crolin understood that, yeah, he was pissed at me for shit I'd said in the past. And, but he realized that I was going to be able to bring them a lot more people. So, that was the that was the reason why they worked with me. But I couldn't complain if they had kept me blacklisted, because they'd be like, well, you said these things. You guys know I am never going to be an apologist. If I get something wrong, I get something wrong. Shit, today we were doing statistics. I jumped into statistics off of the top of my head. Shit, I haven't done statistics really for 4 years. I haven't really done statistics for 4 years, so I knew it didn't look right. I knew looking at it right away, and then somebody said, "Oh, I rounded it." I was like, "Well, shit! If you had told me 69, I would have looked at that and been like, is that right?" I knew 70 seemed off, but that's how your brain works. And some people will be like, "Well, it's 69 and 70." Your brain doesn't see 69 as one less than 70. Your brain sees 69 as 60. It's just the way your brain conceives information. For some odd reason, we round down when we're dealing with, does that seem right? But cancel this guy because 50 years ago he said that. Kind of. I mean, kind of. Do that starts to get you into a more deep-seated, can people change? We know for a fact that individual persons can change. And I say persons, not individual people, because people represents the collective. An individual person can change one thing. People can't change. People cannot change. A person can change. An individual person can change. People can't change. If people could change, then we still wouldn't have all of the problems we've had for 2,000 years, 4,000 years, 8,000 years, 10,000 years. People don't change. Persons can change. And when enough persons change, they make up the new people. If you understand what I'm saying, oh yeah, these are my compression gloves for my gaming, but my hands. People as a collective are idiotic. Yes, I agree. I 100% agree. People have been treating other people like shit since they invented gods to forgive them for doing so. So an individual person can change, and multiple individual persons can change, and enough individual persons can change, then people change, because that's just how it works. So, what? You guys laughing at the people have been being shitheads to other people until they invented gods to forgive them for their bad behavior? What? Is that what got you guys? Yeah. It's amazing. People still get mad. People still get mad when you talk about religion, and they always, Jesus said, and Jesus said. And here's mine. Jesus said, treat each other like you wish to be treated. What about the insert your minority group? Gays, blacks, lesbians, this, that, the other, minorities. Jesus is like, let me start again. Treat one another. It's like, it always amazes me when anybody in the Catholic or Christian faith says, well, I don't have to. Jesus didn't mean those people. Love one another as I have loved you. Where's the fucking confusion? Where's the confusion? Yeah, I agree, but it's not something a lot of people have the balls to say. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna cancel myself. I'm not gonna censor myself. I will turn around and tell you, once I get going, man, you can't stop me. You can only hope to contain me. It's what my producers do. My producers see me going in the direction I'm going, and they're like, oh shit, quick, run a commercial. Jesus said, be kind to one another, and they killed him. That's like one of the basic examples. Well, of people being, yeah, but remember that, Dante, you're going outside the box there, because remember at the time the Romans killed Jesus, they were only, wait, hold on. One second. I gotta, what year was this? What year was this? So I want you guys to I want you guys to understand this. The Romans that killed Jesus, some 7 years later, were following an emperor who declared war on Poseidon, and this emperor marched his army to the sea and had his army stabbing the water and had artillery firing catapults into the water because he declared war on Poseidon. So, yeah. How about they read the Old Testament and grow a pair with what was originally said or written? Yes. A lot of people don't understand. Oh, yeah, Neptune. You're right. I say Poseidon because I follow the Greek, but yeah, it was Neptune. He declared war on Neptune. So the group of people that killed Jesus some 7 years later, Jews killed Jesus. Nah, yes and no. We're not going there, but yes and no. Multiple stories, multiple groups. Read all of them. Yes, the Jews killed their own people because they traded to get who the fuck back. My brain is empty at the moment. I don't know you. Maybe you thought Neptune was a raid boss. Yes. Yeah, barbarous. So lots there. Lots there. If I ever do that discussion, we're going to do that discussion in an educational forum, probably on a different streaming platform. I can't do that. We'll probably have to do that in Discord. So speaking of, bro, this game looks like ArcAge. This game is like like ArcAge the White. This is what ArcAge should have been. This is what ArcAge should have been had they not just taken the money and run. If they'd actually put some effort into ArcAge, this is what it should have been. Don't say that name. ArcAge 2. So it costs $300 to get a name reservation for this game. No, actually, the name reservation is free. Everything else in the pack is dollar for dollar lined up. In the packs that have the name reservation is just a cookie that comes with that pack. So, I mean, I don't really know what you want me to do with that statement. It doesn't cost $300 to get a name reservation because it's not like you can go to the cash shop right now, pay $300 and get a name reservation. It's very common for founders packs to be used. But when you break down the value of the founders packs, you're getting all of the cosmetics, a significant amount of game time, and a significant amount of cash shop currency. And the truth of the matter is, if you don't want to spend that kind of money, don't. I tell people all the time. I tell people every single day when I refer them to the game, I say, I ask you to sign up for the game because it helps me show Intrepid that I'm still reaching new people. It lets me know if what I'm doing is effective. But when you pay the $375 for your founders pack, you're getting a whole lot of stuff. Now, I will say that let me double check, see if this is a typo, because it looks. I will say I don't agree with something they did if that's the case. So I want to believe that this is a typo, but I will, now that I see it, I will point it out to Intrepid. And this is one of the things. Sometimes people see stuff. The fact that they have name reservation bolded, all right? The fact that they have name reservation bolded, I will point that out. That could be something as simple as somebody copy and pasted and they fucked up. I agree with you. If name reservation is bolded the way this looks, that's I don't know if I want to call it disingenuous, but I will definitely say that I don't like the fact that I'm looking at name reservation as bolded. I'm not going to call it disingenuous, but I will definitely agree with you that there is something wrong there. There is something wrong there. But 9 months of game time at $135, and then $125 in embers. You've got, of the $375 on the pack, $260 of it is already covered in just your 9 months of sub time and your $125 in embers. When you add up the cost of the 3 skins, you've got 75 plus 20 plus 15 plus 5. So that's 115. 260 plus 115. Last time I checked, 260 plus 115 is 375. So Alpha 2, Beta 1, Beta 2, and the name reservation are all technically free. They're all technically free because of the value, dollar for dollar value of what you get. When can you actually reserve a name? You can actually reserve a name later on down the road. The reason why they originally said that name reservation was going to happen near Alpha 1. However, I believe that it's changed because they have now decided that due to some stuff. Oh wow, we are gonna get swarmed from behind. This archer battalion over here is doing the Lord's work. You just enough archers to hold them back. Just enough. Uh-oh, you're about to get overwhelmed. Yo, look at that, you're gonna get overwhelmed. So bad. Oh guys, we didn't put enough on the other side. We may have some problems. Our numbers are gonna dwindle. Their numbers are gonna grow. Let's see how this plays out. We're gonna have to march through a lot. We have to march through a wall. A wall. Okay, get out there in front, buddy. Oh man, this is rough. This is rough. Oh, they stopped coming. Okay. They stopped coming. I thought they were gonna keep coming till we... Okay, there we go. There we go. All right, we'll do one more map today. We'll do one more. Which way did we want to go? Loyalty skin chests. Yeah, we want to go this way. We'll do one more. Let me AFK real quick, and then we'll do at least one more map. Because we're in the middle of a good discussion. So I'll be right back. I see somebody, I heard somebody doing something. Carbohydrate. Giving away stuff. Carbohydrate giveaway. 10 tier 1 subs. Look at this guy go. We gotta stay on this screen right now. I am hoping to contact the studio to do these animations without the black border. Unfortunately, the animations I do all my work in Filmora, and in Filmora 10, you can't export to an alpha channel with a blank background. So I need to. I'm thinking about getting Adobe After Effects for the 7-day trial to see if I can take these animations and drop out the. Well, excuse you. See if I can drop out the backgrounds on them. Let's see. Would you hush your face? So, one of the things Intrepid is doing is they're doing a. Actually, I'm gonna take this one off. Dude, you're getting obnoxious. Intrepid's gonna do name reservation or do server pre-registration in beta. Now, I know some people have a hard time understanding that things are gonna change. Things are going to change, and one of the things that's going to change is when you get your name reservation. Well, what good is your name reservation in alpha if then in beta you go to pick a server and a guy that had a higher tier name reservation, then he gets his name and you don't get to keep it because you decide you want to go with your guild? You got to have your servers laid out before you can let people have names, and you need to know exactly what you know. Name reservation in alpha sounded like a great idea until, of course, if you're on server 1, you get your name, but if you're on server 3, you're going to get your name, but then if you decide to go to server 1, you don't get the name because you're picking a commonly used name. The other thing people don't quite realize is you don't get to lock the name. Like, Happy Pappy can do first name Happy, last name Pappy, and has the name. But if Happy Pappy did Happy Pappy first name 17 last name, then Happy Pappy has to compete with Happy Pappy 1, Happy Pappy 99, because you don't get to own the name. All right, you don't get to own the name in its entirety. There's first names, there's optional last names. So you take Deadpool. I want to use Deadpool. Is that okay? This guy's a jerk over here. So you take Deadpool. So you can't stop somebody from doing first name Dead, last name Pool. You can't stop somebody from doing Mr. Deadpool, Captain Deadpool. You can't stop people from taking other variations of the name. There's nothing you can do about it. And I know some people get on, well, that's my name. No, it's not really your name. Yeah, Deadpool. You can't stop people from the real Deadpool. Yeah, the real underscore. You have to choose 2 names. No, you can have just a first name with an optional last name. But since there's a first name and a last name, you don't own the name. You don't own the name in its entirety. You own your name. It's just like somebody stole the name Jahlon on the server I was going to in Arcage. That you could only have one character. And they stole the name Jahlon. And I said, have fun with it. I'm not coming to that server. And they ended up deleting the character and starting over. And they said, dude, I took your name to troll you, and holy fuck, you get like no end to your you get no end to the amount of PMs you get. I said, yeah, dude, welcome to my life. Welcome to my life. And they were like, yeah, that was a bad troll. I was like, yeah, the best part is that I went to a different server. So yeah, name reservation. I believe that name reservation won't happen until later in beta because it doesn't make sense for them to touch the system twice. And what I mean by that is, so I do my name reservation and I take Deadpool. And then when you decide to do the guild pre-registration, I pre-register with my guild only to find out that now my name reservation can't be fulfilled because another Deadpool took it when we were picking names, and now so it's too much tack time. It's too much touch and retouch and rework time. I don't imagine they'll do the name reservation until beta. And at the end of the day, does it even matter? You know you get a name reservation. You know you get your name reservation in the order that you bought it. And you know that unless you have a Kickstarter name, if you're going for a really cool name, unless you have a really high Kickstarter package, you're not getting that name on server 1. With that in mind, I'm not going to server 1. I'm not going to server 1 because fuck all that. I want to make sure that my guild, I want to make sure that my can log in. I did confirm with Steven the other day. He does plan on having 50,000 accounts to 10,000 concurrent. I don't know how the hell that's going to work. But that's what he's going with. Is Ashes of Creation released? No. I read about this game and found gameplays. Well, a couple of things for you. If you're just finding out about Ashes, go to ashes101.com. Gonna answer a lot of your questions for you, but no. The only publication schedule we have is this one for the next what is this now? 5 months? 4 months? 5 months? We have this testing. We have this testing layout for the next 5 months. Also, guys, for the record, the only thing Intrepid committed to was this testing schedule. 4.5 months? No, 5 months. Last time yeah. Well, 4 months and 5 days. 4 months and 5 days, ultimately. So, I don't know how that 50,000 accounts to 10,000 slots is gonna work. I'm hoping Steven comes back later and answers that. But now that I've confirmed that that wasn't a carism, that is legitimately what their intention is. Okay. All right, everybody. This is Cloud. This is who's making all the noise. Oh, you don't want to be seen? Hi. This is Cloud. Hi, Cloud. Can I do the show now? Because if I lock you out, you'll scratch at the door. Oh, you're gonna hide. You don't want to be seen. You just want to be heard. Hi. So, I don't know how that 50,000 to 10,000 is going to work. I asked him. He confirmed it. I was hoping it was like a carism where he was thinking one thing and said another thing, but I asked him and he said, yeah, we're going to have 50,000 accounts registered per server and we're going to have 10,000 concurrent slots. And I was like, you know, that needs a little bit more explanation because nobody wants to hear they're going to be waiting in a 40,000 person queue during launch week. They might have some answers. They might have some answers. And I hope they do. Because I guarantee you that question is going to stay at the top of my list the entire time. Yeah, 40, yeah. We want to put I'm going to go to Jahlon's server and make a counter guild called Axiom Gaming Divide. Yeah. 50,000 on a 10,000 server is going to suck balls when playing on regular hours. Yeah, you see, that's why I'm hoping Steven, like, maybe recognizes that everybody wants to know, like, what in the fuck he's thinking. And I'm hoping he maybe hears this and answers that during his January 7th creative director's letter. Because those are the sort of things. Don't think you want to go to market with that. Yeah, you know, it's launch week and I can't play because there's 40,000 people ahead of me. It wouldn't even be worth logging in. That is insanity. Log in the morning and might be in game by the time you get home from work. Dude, you're talking 80% of the population wouldn't be able to have a spot. It would be more like you try to log in on Monday and you're ready to play on Friday when you get home from work on Friday. So I'm holding on to the fact that that statement was made, and we'll get an answer. We'll get an answer. That's actually a really good statement. That's a really good statement. I want to bump that over to. I grabbed that. Hold on. Why are all my Discords open? Let me grab that. He should mimic the 80-20%, see the feeling he gets from just the Alpha 1 testers. That I'm actually going to suggest. That I'm going to suggest. I'm going to say, hey, you know what you should do? You should set this on an 80-20 ratio for the first week and see, and just so that you can get a sampling. Do you think he's doing it because he expects a huge player drop-off eventually? And Ashes is the kind of game where server merges are incredibly difficult, so he'd rather have a low amount of servers so that they won't have to do server mergers in the future due to a lack of players? Well, let me tell you right now, until we get a little bit more information and we know how they intend for that 50-10 ratio works, I can fucking guarantee you that if there's a 40,000 player queue, there will be a huge player drop-off. I don't need a crystal ball. I don't need a crystal ball to tell you if 4 out of 5 players can't get on the server during their intended playtime, then you're gonna have a fall off. They won't test Jahlon because I sure won't. That's the point. That's why I'm gonna say. And here's the other problem, guys. Here's the other problem. You all know that servers for MMOs run on a 24-hour clock. Like, it's 1:21. If I wasn't streaming, if we weren't having a really good show today, I would have pieced out at 1. I would have pieced out at the top of the hour. And, but my kids aren't. I don't have to nail a certain window because my daughters are home from school all week. And then they're not going back to school until in person until 22 January. So I don't have to log out exactly at 1. I can talk to my wife in 39 minutes or 39 minutes. We can run our 1 dungeon, right? But if I log into Final Fantasy right now at 2:15, I'm logged in. I'm outside of prime time. I will run my dungeon and be gone before evening prime time hits. Ashes of Creation has prime time, which means the majority of the players are going to play on that server that is for their prime time, because all the big events happen during prime time, which I think is a really great thing for Intrepid to do, until of course they try to tell you they want to have a 5-to-1 ratio of accounts to act. And then you're like, well, then if you're going to do 5-to-1, then why the hell do you have primetime events? Why aren't sieges all day? Why aren't wars all day? Why aren't these events all day? It's like they're trying to do what's best. They're trying to do what's best for the server population. At the same time, by doing what's best for the server population, you're going to have the server with 3 to 11 at night is going to be full, and then there's no point to play the rest of the time. If I can't play on my server every day, why would I want to play on that server or even play the game? Exactly. Unless primetime events become instance, but they said they're not instancing them. So they said they're not instancing those events. Now, the castle sieges, I think, should be instanced. And I've talked about that because that way you never have to worry about either side and become instanced. Yeah, if they do the castle siege thing and maybe the node siege thing, node would be a little bit harder because you'd have to be able to have a way to pull each individual node over to the instance server. Castle sieges would be really easy to make instanced because, number 1, you have to sign up to participate anyway. Number 2, the sites are static. What do you think would be the optimal number of players they should assign on a server with a maximum concurrent number of 10K? During launch week? Okay, so the problem that you have is, how do you get through, let's call it launch month, since it's a sub-based game. How do you get through launch month and not have to have 500 servers? I'm not saying that no queue is the answer, but I am saying that I'm not sold. Remember Steven said, don't invest money until you're sold? I'll tell you right now that if they had told me back in 2017 they were going to put 50,000 accounts on 10,000 slots, number one, I'll tell you I wouldn't have invested. And number two, I would have told you they would not have had the most successful Kickstarter in history for an MMO if they had said that we're going to put 50,000 accounts on a 10,000 concurrent pop. They would have had to explain that one back in the day. So I don't know what the answer is. I definitely know the answer is not 50. Maybe 20, maybe a 2-for-1. Maybe a 2-for-1, and then you got to do a lot of tender loving care on your server management and who can create accounts. But I've already talked about how you make it so you lock these servers so you can't get more people on them. At the same time, making it so that friends can always get on your server. A nominal amount of gold allows you to buy a friend code, or you get just a friend code every X hours, or guild leaders can get a guild leader code every X hours to get on a server. Say Sparky's deployed, can't log into his account, gets back from deployment and be like, hey, Jay, I want to get on your server. I go to a menu and I say, hey, menu, I'm a guild leader, kick me out a code. I give Sparky the code. So Sparky tried to make his account, says that this server's locked. It pops a box, code. If I give you a code, you can get onto that server. Final Fantasy XI did this with friend codes, and it worked really, really well. Really, really well. They're not instancing events, so you get possibly 10K people trying to do the same event every day. No, you're not going to get 10,000 people trying to do the same event every day, because this map takes at least 2.5 hours to go from north to south, and at least 3.5, 4 or 5 hours to go east to west. So if you're in the upper left of the map and there's an event in the Arctic region on the other continent, you're not getting there. Travel time is going to take too long. I wonder where they got the 50 to 10 came from. Did another game ever use that ratio? To my knowledge, no game has ever used a 50,000 accounts to 10,000 concurrent users ratio. Is it safe to say that island on the far left is the island showed in the A1 footage? No, it's not safe to say that. Here is the thing. Here is the map. And do I have the other thing? I might. I don't know if I do. Yeah, I do. Here is the alpha map, which Steven shared, by the way. So, remember, this map that you see on the screen right now is a conceptual map. This is a conceptual map. So, this map is an alpha testing map. Nothing says that those areas are as close. So, Timmy, you've never heard of this game. Well, Timmy, do me a favor. You and all the other people who've never heard of this game. Stop what you're doing. Sign up for the game. Helps me out. Lets Intrepid know I'm still reaching people. Is there any kind of release date? No, unfortunately. Years and years away. But the good part about a game that's years and years away is they're doing community-driven development. So they are taking feedback from the community when they make all their decisions, like the fireball animation. That got so much heat, man. Haha, it got heat. That fireball animation got so much heat that they changed it. So bad. I know, old man jokes. Old man jokes. 50 to 10 doesn't seem like it's going to be good. No, and here's the thing, man. This is what I would challenge every member of the community to do. I would challenge every member of the community when they do the next developer update, right? When they do the next call for questions, if you weren't going to ask any other question, then you should take the question that I'll post on the Discord. And if you weren't going to ask any other question, you should take the time to copy and paste the same question. And I know that seems like using my influencer influence, but I think the 50 to 10 thing needs an explanation. And so when Toast gets 3 pages of the same question, either 1, they're going to answer it, or 2, they're not going to answer it. Remember, probability 50. Every choice is always 50-50, no matter the odds. It either does or it doesn't. But like Negan said in the Walking Dead, not making a decision is a big decision. Not answering that question is just as powerful of an answer as whatever answer you give. If you don't answer the question, then it becomes, what are you thinking? I don't know what you're thinking. I don't believe in blind faith. I don't believe in blind trust. I don't think somebody, like, because let's be honest, Steven comes to his own answer for some things, but Steven doesn't have a background in game development. Well, I mean, he does now. He's got a 4-year background in game development. I don't think Steven came to the 50,000, 10,000 ratio on his own. I think somebody wrote that. 50,000 to 10,000 thing, that is the number of accounts, 50,000 accounts on servers that only have 10,000 concurrent population spots. Okay. So they're gonna have people create 50,000 accounts, or they're gonna allow 50,000 accounts to create characters on a server, but there's only going to be 10,000 concurrent players. Let me see if I can get it. Hold on. I'm looking for an answer. So what I asked Steven was, can you confirm that the 50,000 accounts per server and 10,000 concurrent, and is this a long-term goal or a at-launch goal? That is our launch goal. Those numbers should remain relatively close to our launch day strat. So with primetime servers, you don't think 5-to-1 will cause 40,000 person queues? We will be using some character creation throttles on launch week to balance the player populations. And then he stopped answering me, which is common. I don't pronounce that name at all, and that's because there's too many vowels in there. Yeah, threather rhymes with feather, threather. Let's see. No, they don't have the Q&A up for the next one. Seems like a small server, not gonna lie. 10,000 people on a server, that's fucking huge. 10,000 concurrent is fucking huge. It's bigger than pretty much every other MMO. The only other games that I know of that run higher than 10,000 concurrent is EVE Online. EVE Online, because it puts everybody there. It is big server, but not for 50K. Well, remember, there's not 50,000 players, 10,000 concurrent. ESO mega servers are the same, I think. Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong, because I played ESO and then I stopped because the travesty that was Necromancers. ESO uses sharding, does it not? Where you've got this zone instance 1, this zone instance 2, this zone instance 3. So you're in geographically the same XY, but you're technically in a different dimension. I know Guild Wars 2 does that. I thought ESO does sharding as well. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of people sitting there like, I can't play. Exactly. And that's why I think that's why we have to ask the question again. We have to ask the question again in the next Q&A and be like, hey, you ever, in those movies, those in the movies where you've got we've got everybody in the car and they're suddenly lost and they're like, stop the car right now. Like, I think this is a point. I think this is a critical junction in the development where Intrepid needs to stop the car and look around and be like, all right, I'm taking this route and here's why. I don't think one person can ask it and everyone else can like it. I don't think that's going to work for this one. I think literally if you weren't going to ask any other question, you need to just copy and paste the question. It has to be seen multiple times. I think that would definitely resonate we need an answer. What would they do instead though? So that's the problem. It's hard to say what to do instead. It's hard to say what to do instead because you don't know why they're doing X. Like, we're doing X because Intrepid or Lazy Peon are teaming up to get us to play AFK Arena during the queue time. That is why Lazy Peon is hyping up Ashes and AFK Arena while Ashes is making 50k players per server with only 10k concurrent. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it right now. Yeah, I will post it. I will write it. Let me do this. I will write the question and put it on the Discord today and I will pin it. Look, I'm allowed to stream over 4 hours. You're not going to pay me overtime? No overtime for me? He's a little jerk. How do I get on AOC? Paid for it and still unable to play after 4 months. Well, if you only bought your package 4 months ago, you didn't buy an Alpha 1 package. You have a long while to go. If you paid 4 months ago, you bought into at best Alpha 2. So you got a while to go. You got a while to go. People got to be careful what they buy. They need to understand what they're buying. On that regard, though, I do beat up Intrepid in that regard. They don't have a very good webpage. All right, hush your face. They don't have a very good webpage. It's not very intuitive. It's actually pretty sad when I tell people the 3 sources that you should go to for Ashes of Creation information is the wiki, then to Ashes 101, and then to the official website. The official website for a game should always be the first source. And if it's not, you got some problems. And let's be honest, ashesofcreation.com is not the best source to go to. I know I have typos, I know I have run-on sentences, but I have way more content on Ashes 101 than they do on the official website. And I am working on Ashes 101, tweaking a little bit here, a little bit there, fixing typos here. So if you guys see something for Ashes 101, I am working on the lore. The problem is that the lore was going to get written. My wife was supposed to be gone to her parents. My wife was supposed to be at her parents for like 7 days. And I was going to knock out a lot of the lore stuff. But my wife got COVID. My in-laws got COVID. I got over COVID. I'm 99% sure I had COVID. I mean, what the hell am I gonna do? Go get a test? Like, my wife just went positive for COVID, no antivirals, and said treat it over the counter. Treat it the way you would an over the counter, or treat it with over the counter meds like you would the common cold or the flu. And I nearly lost my shit because I was like, well, if it was the flu, you would prescribe antivirals. So where are the antivirals for COVID? Which they don't want to tell you that they don't have enough of. They also don't want to tell you that the antivirals they were prescribing don't work. So, with that said, you dropped 400 thinking you could play. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. That is one thing. That is another thing. See, there's some bits and pieces. Remember we talked about on Monday? We talked about on Monday that while Ashes of Creation is not a scam, it is while Ashes of Creation is not a scam, there are arguments that people can put together that look pretty damning that make Ashes of Creation look like a scam. And one of those things is, if somebody were to say, well, I think Ashes of Creation is a scam because the website is abysmal, I'd have to be like, hold up. Steven, answer the question. I can't white knight that question away. I can't white knight that answer away because nowhere on the website does it say, yeah, what stage the game is in. It doesn't say what stage the game is in. Meanwhile, and I'm not trying to be a little jerk face, right? I am not trying to be a little jerk face, but well, that looks like crap. Oh, that's right, because I have these are all programmed to the same. So on ashes101.com, there is a page called testing status. And I don't know if you guys can see that clearly, but I can do this. As of 24 December, the testing status for Ashes is as follows. This testing is complete. This testing is here. Like, I'm saying, it's not hard. It's not hard. It does fucking it baffles my fucking mind. It baffles my fucking mind that Steven is willing to dedicate an earmark $30 million for the development of Ashes of Creation. But as a marketing guy, as a fucking marketing guy who was at the cutting edge of websites when he made his money in marketing, he at the time, he dedicated $30 million, earmarked $30 million of his own money to make a game, but he didn't set aside $50,000 to get everything with the website set up, the database, that should have been day fucking one. That should have been day fucking one setup. Maybe when we get closer to the release, they'll overhaul the website, but they've already overhauled the website once. Back in 2018, when they released APOC, we got this big, we got this big, and the website's getting overhauled, and we got this website, and we're like, what the fuck? And the bad part is, again, I'm not advocating that Ashes of Creation is a scam. But when people say, you set up your company, you made $3.2 million in Kickstarter funds, and for over a year, you were still using a Wix website and WooCommerce for running your store. They made $3.2 million, and out of that $3.2 million, minus 5%, minus processing fees, they didn't cut $50,000 to the development of their website. That, as a marketing guy myself, and as a marketing guy who was doing marketing in the real world when Steven was still in high school, because there's the age difference, I was doing marketing in the real world, working with agencies like Leo Burnett and DDB Needham Worldwide, and McDonald's Corporation, and filming their food, and like Weight Watchers, and working for a company that was doing all those commercials, learning marketing from one of the best marketing people ever, the guy who developed the guerrilla marketing campaign, learning from him, and then knowing Steven is a marketing guy, and looking at this webpage that's just sat there and languished and sat there. Actually, add food is food. I can jump on that in a second. But sat there, and the website has never been updated. It kills me, because then when I get people to come to my channel that says, like Ghost says, and it doesn't say what stage the game is in, so dropped $100 for no knowledge and have to wait for a TBD alpha. And then I got to be the guy that tells them, you dropped $100. And if you dropped $100, you only bought into beta. You didn't buy into alpha. So you're even further down the road than you thought. Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. As far as advertising food being food, advertising food must be food. Advertising food must be food, and it must be representative of what you're going to get. Now, there's some cheats. There are custom chefs that custom make the food, who custom lay things out. But yes, food is food. When you see them pour the soup out of the soup can, the days of them having marbles underneath the broth so the bowl looks more full, those are over. Truth in advertising laws said you can't do that anymore. It's a bit distressing they haven't done anything with the website. I was under the impression that this was the first draft, but they leave it as it is, not that good. Here's the thing, and here's what makes it so difficult. Again, this is one of those, you want to complain about the website? I can't defend it. As a white knight, I got to step out of the way, and I got to let you storm the Bastille. Because I can't. White knights often get in the way. You guys know my opinion on white knights. Answer the things that you can answer with a fact and a citation. If you can't answer it with a fact and a citation, get the fuck out of the way and let the angry mob into the Bastille, and let them hang the bourgeoisie by their scarves. You said the website had issues back in December of 2018, that the team that was brought in was fired, and you were going to have a new development. It's been 24 months. And then what exactly is the counter argument? If it was Meet the Press, if it was Steven versus me as Meet the Press, and I said, all right, Steven, what exactly has taken 24 months for the website to be developed? What's the answer then? Because that's one of those, Steven's just got to be like, pinch hitter, I need to get out of the batter's box. Because what exactly are you going to say? I moved from a Wix website to ashes101.com, and it looked like hot ass. And then a website developer came on and took Ashes 101 looking like hot ass and made it look like what it looks like now. And I'm going to be honest, the Zetrix is a fucking HTML ninja. At first, the Ashes 101 ended up looking like the way Ashes 101 looks because I was adamant about I wanted to learn how to do all this, right? I wanted to learn how to make this look the way it looks. The problem is I ran out of time. Zetrix was being very patient with me, very, very understanding, would look at it, send me a line of code. I'd fix that. I'd work on something else. He'd say, but by the way, you got to do this thing, and this thing, because you built on a bad foundation. I was like, okay. And then he's like, and you're also going to have to go back and do this. And he's like, finally one day he was like, just send me the whole website. And I was like, but I want to. He's like, just send me the whole website and let me fix all of your mistakes. Because it was going to take him longer. I would have to touch every page 8 times, 10 times, 15 times. He was able to just run a script on the site and fix everything at one time. So if Zetrix was able to do that for ashes101.com unpaid, because we didn't have any, me paying people is kind of weird at the moment. I'm still working on being able to have people submit invoices and pay them. But if he can do that for my website, are you telling me in California you can't find one unemployed website designer who wants to make $25,000 who's willing to completely rebuild your website? Come on. Just be honest, whether it's a good decision or not, it wasn't, and it isn't a priority. Yeah, I agree with you. I can understand thinking the website wasn't a priority when a few people knew about Ashes, but after it blew up, it should have become a priority. Yes. Let me tell you. That is 100% why Ashes 101 became the all-running, all-focused thing for the month of July, the month of August, the month of September. Because when there's millions of people being exposed and you have the ability to get coverage, you strike while the iron is hot, right? You strike while the iron is hot. You reel in when the fish is on the hook. If you've got 5 fishing poles in the lake and 4 of them don't have a fish on them, you only worry about the 5th one that has the fish on the hook. So at the time, what did I do with my time in July? As soon as I got, before I went to Disney, and then as soon as I got back from Disney, what did you guys see me do? I immediately got back from Disney, talked to my community when they were small, and I said, guys, I think the window of opportunity is open. I had 500 and some odd subscribers to my Twitch channel. I said, guys, don't be expecting too much from a community leader from me at the moment. I am going to pound the pavement. I am going to try to be a Twitch partner, and I'm gonna try to get the website set up. So videos are probably gonna get, and I said to my wife, I said, we just had a great, amazing vacation at Disney. Bye, I love you. And she was like, I said, I'm getting moved upstairs into the new office. And you guys know that this background, let me jump out here real quick. This background has changed twice since I moved up here, because I got an office set up so I could start. And then as I found the shower curtain, those are actually shower curtains, all those books back there, those are shower curtains back there. But as I bought the little props, I had to get one office set up. But you do the things that need doing that provide the best return on investment. I streamed my ass off, right? I want to get the number. I want to get the number. Where is it? Insights. Let me get the number real quick. Let's go back to July 27th, right? If I recall correctly. So July 27th was like when the big hit for Ashes happened, right? For some reason on July 27th, let me back up a couple more days. I think something else happened. Let me go back a few more days. I think something else happened. I don't have any. Why don't I have anything? Oh, that's right, because I interviewed Steven on July 8th. Steven on July 8th, had 229 average viewers. On what day did he do the Lazy Peon do his video? I want to say it was July 27th. To be honest, let me grab that one. What day did he pump that out?
With the recent news of Amazon's new
July 18th. So on July 18th, Lazy Peon puts out this video. And then on Tuesday, July 21st, I had about 100 viewers on my show. And then on Saturday, I had 199. And on Monday, before I left for my vacation, I had 331 average viewers during a 7-hour show asking about Ashes of Creation. And then I was gone until the 5th of August. I got back on the 5th of August, and I streamed the day I got back from Disney. And I said to my wife, you know that I care about my content creation, stuff. She said, I know. I said, you guys are kicked out of the downstairs all week until I get moved upstairs. My wife said, just buy what you need to buy for the office. I think about $7,000 worth of stuff. The desk, the lights, the bookshelves. Oh, painting my other two daughters' their rooms, because they didn't like this. They didn't like this gray colored. So that part of the deal was they were willing to move if I repainted their rooms for them. But struck while the iron was hot. Intrepid must work on their webpage. They must. They have to. I understand that sometimes in business, sometimes in a situation, people are going to say to you, well, we hear what you're saying, but for right now, it's not a priority for us. You know the line from Pirates of the Caribbean, it's just good business. There is it's absolutely to me unacceptable that their website looks the way it does. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm not trying to be a dick, but $5,000 buys you $5,000 worth of solution. $10,000 buys you $10,000 worth of solution. I'm not talking about their store, their storefront, all of the shit that's integrated with, I'm not saying all this stuff that's integrated with, Exola, that for some odd reason it's taken more than, I don't want to get the number wrong. It's taken more than 21 months to detangle your shit from Exola. That tells me you don't have a web developer on your team, which is fine, because web development, I understand if they don't want to give a web developer access to their database that already had a migration that has some corruption in it. They have the original database stored, it's got corruption, and occasionally they have to manually go back and pull data. That shit happens. I'm not going to crucify anybody over database migration and mitigation and corruption. That shit happens. In fact, I broke an entire meth pack. If any of the military people know what a meth pack is, I broke one. That was not a good day for me. But when it comes to the website itself, come on, man. Santa has to have $5,000. $5,000 buys a whole lot of improvement to this website. And I don't want to be a jerk, but we're going to have to be a jerk, right? We got to do it. We got to do it. So let's take a real quick look. Okay, so here's their website. All right. Here wait a second. I got a problem. My hands. All right. So here's their website. We're going to cover up the clock for a second. That's okay. So here's their website. As we scroll down, register now. Okay, I can get down with that. Register now. The next thing is Ashes of Creation Apocalypse, fight for your survival. And then Ashes of Creation, help us test new systems and content. But Ashes of Apocalypse has been closed most of the year. Experience a world where everything is permanently impacted by your actions. Explore the MMO, explore Apocalypse. If you're not planning on bringing Apocalypse back, if it's not a 100% guarantee to come back, okay, follow us. This is not impressive. Okay, this is not impressive. The other thing is this is not hard to fucking change. This is not hard to fix. This, I could fix. You know how people always say, well, if you could do better, go do better. I am certain that I can take what they have and I personally could make this better. I might need like 3 lifelines to Zetrix, but I could make this better. Okay? Copyright 2018, Intrepid Studios. Nobody's updated this for 2 years. Nobody has updated this for 2 years. You know how I know? You know how I know nobody's updated it for 2 years? Because I'm going to show you. Because when you throw that on, what's that say? I know it's really, really small print. What's that say down there? That says copyright 2020, Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated, because you have to put the current year. So that's how that's how that works. So follow us. Twitch, YouTube, Twitter. Okay. Facebook, Discord. Good. Okay, so all those work. Privacy terms. So all that stuff is there. Back to top. Okay. MMO. Let's look at the MMO. Let's look at the MMO. Get early access. The game. An open world. Are you telling me that this is why I'm gonna be a dick right now? Are you telling me that this is the best images that we can have? Seriously. I don't even know if all this stuff is accurate, which I should do. I should look through to make sure none of this stuff has changed. But they've released so much more stuff. So this is the only thing that they keep up to date. The only thing they keep up to date is this. Okay, they keep the news page up to date. Right? So this is good. But then this, right? This 3-pack right here. This 3-pack right here should be on the home page. Register now shouldn't be right there. Okay, I know you want to get people to register. Shrink this shit up, put this shit up here in this corner, right? And then have those 3 news articles on your splash page. It irritates me because I don't know necessarily how to make everything work. I don't necessarily know how to make everything do what I want it to do, but I definitely know what it should look like from a marketing point of view. Now, you said hopefully we can get they can somehow force Steven to address the website. Obviously, I want something like Blizzard's WoW Armory, but that's a stretch. But at least do something with this. They make it look like a mobile game. I hate to keep doing this, but you guys know that this is all automated. This is all automated. I want to show this to you. So down the side here, where you see this video, the newest Ashes 101, the newest Ashes of Creation video, my latest show VOD, the Find Me on Twitch, and the latest official video from Intrepid, I don't have to touch the HTML code at all. I don't have to load Dreamweaver. I don't have to upload anything for this. This side of the page updates itself. It updates itself. All I have to do is add, when I load this VOD, when it gets loaded to YouTube tomorrow, and then after the 24-hour lockout period, once I add it to the VOD playlist, it will automatically change on the website. I'm not trying to be a dick, but you said 2 years ago the website needed to be updated. It's been 2 fucking years. Now, let me do both sides of the argument, which is always fun. Some people would turn around and say, well, it's not a high priority. Okay. How is your website, the face of your company, not a priority? Well, it's not worth the money investment. Bullshit. Yes, it is. Bullshit. It absolutely is. The ROI on your website, I guarantee you. I am doing the Wolf of Wall Street here. I guarantee you that if you updated that website, your conversion rate, and I don't even know what their conversion rate is, and I would be willing to bet my Santa hat that within 5 minutes, they can't give me their conversion rate from unique visitors to the website to conversions into accounts. And then within 5 minutes, they can't give me the number that tells me the conversion rate of new accounts who instantly go to the store and convert within a 7-minute session or a 9-minute session. As a marketer, as a salesman, as a guy who retired at the age of 19 from marketing success, I wish I had this internet thing when I made my money. Because remember, guys, when HTML1 is what I did my first website in. HTML1. Shit, you could do like borders, tables, colors, animated GIFs. Music could play when you go to that was about all you could do. Shit, man, we could fucking tracking data in 1995. Tracking data, there was no such thing as tracking data. Holy shit, tracking data. I would have loved me some tracking data. A good website would go a long way to crush the optics of AOC being a scam. I 100% agree with you. 100% agree with you. Your website is bounds better than their official website. I only take 5% credit. Zetrix gets the rest. My website, Ashes 101, is a community effort. Lots of people go to Ashes 101. Lots of people leave me feedback. That feedback turns into changes. So if you guys ever have a feedback about Ashes 101, I actually have a role on my Discord called the feedback team. And I have channels for everything that I do. Everything that I do as a community. Ashes 101 feedback, general feedback, extra life planning, merch feedback, the steampunk overlay feedback. I got to contact Visual Impulse soon. I got to contact them to talk. I just don't have enough money because, like I said, I had to take. If you guys notice, I try to be as transparent as I can with the money this channel makes. I have a phone call with the lawyer in about 90 minutes. Well, no, the paralegal. I got to take care of a couple of bits and pieces of legal paperwork. Things that you should do if you want to have a future. That's why nobody can be successful in this country, because you got to pay fucking lawyers before you've really made any money. And then hopefully I'll be able to get the steampunk overlay cleaned up, the animations. I want to go with a steampunk theme and then have a good time. I honestly think they have it, but they are releasing it right before the NDA alpha, because that's when they open up the official content creator applications again. Just a thought. Okay, I would agree with you there, except there is zero return on investment if you have the website completely redone. Could they have a complete marketing push, rebrand, revamp, everything ready for March? It's possible. More likely April. Now, you guys saw earlier today, I showed one of these images is the one I'm talking about. Steven said about reopening Alpha 1 that you can expect more on it during January. I really desperately hope that they don't open up Alpha 1 sales until 5 days into the Alpha 1 testing period. Now, do I have a bias there? Some people would. I'll admit there is an argument that I have a bias because I'm an Ashes of Creation content creator. I want a smaller audience of people that have access to the Alpha 1 so I can protect my $500 investment to buying Alpha 1. So I'm one of the few chosen who can make content. Sure, I acknowledge people have made that argument, and I accept people can make that argument. But let's be honest. Do I really have anything to worry about the brand new content creators making Ashes content if they open up the official content creator program? The guys that have like 5 viewers, like I've already shown that this product is going to rise. I don't care. Invite every fucking person with a YouTube channel into Alpha 1 if you want to. That doesn't affect me. What affects me is if you open up Alpha 1 sales and people in my community buy Alpha 1 packs, and then by adding more people, you trip over your dick and you bust your 2 front teeth, and then everyone's looking at me with no front teeth like, hey, we fell and this hurts. And I'm going to be like, yeah, this hurts. So I don't care if the product is good enough. If the product is good enough to invite more people, absolutely. I want more testers, more data, more opportunities to find things. All right. However, I'm going to be looking like the horse's fucking ass if my community buys alpha access, if they open it up, and then on the first day of alpha access being open to all these new people, if it falls on its face. I liked your roadmap. It made sense with flexibility. Yeah, before I close up the show today, I will grab real quick speaking of grab, where are you? Barbarian Scrolls. War Beast Scrolls. Excellent. What I said in that post, here's what I said in that post, and I'll link this to you guys so that you can see it. Where the hell did it go? Where the fuck did it go? Oh, Alpha 1 and Wide should be purchasable again. Let me give this to you guys. If you guys want to see this thread, they have to remember they can't go over the 10K mark for the idea of putting everyone on a single server. Yeah, I'm gonna bring that up to Steven. I'm gonna bring that up to Steven. Like, why don't we test that? But as we close up here, I said the best and cleanest roadmap for opening Alpha 1 sales would look like this. Continue on with Alpha 1 sales being closed. Get through the February and March test with the current tester pool. Get the data from those tests to verify server stability. Determine if you need more testers to get the data you need for server stability and infrastructure. Determine if you can even accommodate more testers with the server capability you have. Then make a decision about reopening Alpha 1 sales in April. Unfortunately, here is what I see is going to be the biggest problem. The only reason to reopen Alpha 1 sales on a fully funded product is that you need more money. And it's going to be very, 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 very difficult to defend that argument. Because remember, you never want to step into a pitch that's going to strike you out. And by swinging, you open yourself up to more criticism. You can hit a home run, but then your answer becomes the pitching lineup for the next several pitches you're going to see. Would it be higher than 375? You bet your ass it'll be higher than 375. It better be 500, or that's going to be the first huge fucking, oh my God, the Barbarians at the gate. The Barbarians will be at the gate if suddenly Alpha 1 access is 375. Now, if they don't need more money, then they don't need to rush selling Alpha access before, like we said, they could open up Alpha 1 sales on April 11th. Get through the March testing, get through 5 days, get through the first weekend of Alpha 1, make sure it's stable, make sure it works, make sure it's going to play well, feel well, showcase well, then open up Alpha 1. However, I have a huge fear. And remember, guys, it's like that one episode of Star Trek The Next Generation where Riker is trying to play the Ferengi in chess and he can only see half the board. I'm trying to give feedback in not just my personal, but my professional opinion, marketing, sales, my analysis, my background. I get to have not just a seat at the everybody has an opinion table. I get to have a seat at the I have subject matter expertise table, but I only can go by what they make public. I see whenever you want to decide how you want to lose little or lose big, I don't think, because remember, I didn't say do you want to win or do you want to lose? I said, how do you want to lose? I don't see any win for them opening up Alpha 1 before April's test. I will honestly say I see huge win. I see huge fucking win. Let me jump back in here real quick. I see huge fucking win, right? I see huge fucking win reopening Alpha 1 sales. I don't have a problem with them reopening Alpha 1 sales. People are like, you don't want them to open up Alpha 1 sales because you don't want to have to compete with people. Shit, I already have to I'm already competing with the big dogs I have to compete with. Tim the Tatman, Asmongold, Shroud, Summit, Bustin, Lazy Peon, Crowjack. I don't even think I round out the top 9 of content creators who would be making Ashes content. So that's my goal is, like I told you guys, as a military person, my job is to protect the signature of my boss. I think opening up Alpha 1 sales before April 11th is going to be a huge bite them in the ass. Number one, you can't stop people from saying you're broke. All right. They're going to have to field that question. They're going to have to field that question. Somebody, and I already know the person who's going to ask it. The person's going to say, if you're 100% fully funded, why the rush to reopen Alpha 1 if you don't need the money? Now, what answer do you give? What answer do you give to that question that's short, concise, laser focused, deliberate? We want more testers. Okay, we want more testers. What do you need more testers for? If you haven't even released your combat revamp, which didn't start until April, you want more testers, but you haven't given the first group of people the opportunity to test it. So what do you need more testers for? You don't have any baseline data. Because they're for profit, okay? They have said in the past that they are not about the financial gain. They are about making a game that's good. So you can't say, well, we are in it for the profit, because you shouldn't be trying to make a profit off of alpha testing. You make your profit off of the final product. These guys will have so much Guildmates fans, it'll be hard to compete. I mean, we'll see Asmongold create WoW raids in 5 minutes. True. They are mutually exclusive. They are mutually exclusive. You cannot have one foot on the we want to make the best possible product and have the other foot in the we're in it for the money. You either are in the if you build it, they will come mentality, where you're all in on making a good product, or you're in it for the bottom line. I've worked at businesses, I've worked at places that are all about the product. I've worked at places that are all about the bottom line. You cannot have both simultaneously. You simply cannot, because making the best possible product oftentimes, well, it works real simple. This is how the bottom line is met. Ready? This is how you decide what to invest in. This is $1. If I take this $1, I invest it into the product. I'm either investing it for the financial gain, so this dollar has to bring me back $1.01 or more, or I invest that dollar to make a good product, knowing full well that that dollar won't bring me back anything. I personally think they can achieve both. Achieving both and having both as your goal are not mutually exclusive, no. But you can't say we're in it to make the best possible MMO and we care about the financial bottom line. Steven has said he cares about making the best possible game, which includes the possibility that he invested up to $40 million of his own money and he never gets the money back. He never gets the money back because it takes so long to recoup the money that he never actually gets his pile of 40 million back. Because remember, a game like EVE Online with 60,000 monthly players, EVE Online is a successful game, not financially. EVE Online only brings in about $900,000 a month. Well, they also have a staff. EVE Online is barely limping along with financial success. But for game success, EVE Online holds multiple world records. They do multiple things that no other company does. I could see them delaying for the first 3 previews and then opening Alpha 1 access for the full month, as they will have had a chance to work through some of the issues with the new combat revamp. No, they won't. They won't have had any chance to work with the new combat revamp, because by their own statement, the new combat revamp isn't even coming until at least March, and maybe not even until April. The new combat stat design, the new stat layout doesn't come until February, maybe not until March. And if you look at the dates, March 26th is inside 2 weeks of April 6th. And we know that they're running on 2-week sprints using Agile. So they don't finish that March 26th preview. They finish that March 26th preview, and then they have less than, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They have less than 10 days to get the next build candidate built and out. So no, you can't say that. You can't say, even if they had the new combat ready in March, you can't say they could open up Alpha 1 sales on April 6th. Personally, it works like this. Steven's going to do whatever Steven wants to do. Steven's going to do what he thinks is best for the company. And with only being able to see a part of the board, I see them selling a fuck ton of Alpha 1 packs, right? I see them selling a fuck ton of Alpha 1 packs if they open up Alpha 1 sales. But selling a bunch of Alpha 1 packs, if your game is already fully funded, isn't a win. And selling a bunch of Alpha 1 packs that goes contra, and remember, and I said it in my post about Alpha 1, I said, before the White Knight Brigade jumps on this, make sure you do the research and look at both the stream verbiage and the newsletter verbiage and how they are radically different. Number one, look at the newsletter, and they said, we are not reselling Alpha 1. Some of the White Knights in that Discord, they set Steven up for failure the day I was trying to have a conversation with Steven. Some of them, you set Steven up to say some shit, and now he has to own what he said. It made it look like Steven doesn't remember what's in the messages that go out. I had a list of things I wanted to talk about that day. I wanted to talk about what was said on the live stream and what was said on the newsletter. Well, some of the people who read two things and think they remember everything, they forgot the newsletter doesn't say the word suspended. The newsletter very specifically states this is the last month for Alpha 1 sales. They've never walked back that statement. If they sell Alpha 1 again, they have to own that statement. Devil's Advocate, the game is fully funded, but if they open Alpha 1 sales, they can supercharge development and hire more people. Except they've already multiple times said that they're fully funded to bring the staff up to all 150 people, and you're not going to suddenly you're not going to onboard more than your target goal. Also then, remember I said every answer you give is the ammunition for the next questions. Intrepid has already demonstrated that they can't hit their hiring goals. They didn't hit their hiring goals in 2018. They didn't hit their hiring goals in 2019. They didn't hit their hiring goals in 2020. We were supposed to have a full up staff at the end of 2018 of 100 people. It's December of 2020 and they're still only at 87. Coupled with the fact that did they increase the size of the staff at 150 to accommodate for the fact that they're now self-publishing in Europe? Alpha 1 also included lifetime membership. No, it did not. Kickstarter and Summer Backer included lifetime membership. Webpage sales, Intrepid packs did not include lifetime membership. So no, the $500 pack on the website did not include lifetime membership. Alpha 1 sales fund the new website. So you mean they're gonna sell 20 to the highest bidder? Because that should be all you need for a website. Just remember that, guys. It's a good trick when you're framing debates, when you're framing positions, before you ever open your mouth to give an answer. I like the baseball analogy. You can do other analogies. Every argument, every position, every debate, every advocacy is a baseball game, but every hit you hit becomes the pitches you face next. So always remember, when you give an answer, that answer must be short, concise, laser focused, and not open up any more problems, not open up any more avenues for future questions that you have to face. It literally should be when you're giving an answer to a controversial question, you just hit a home run and the pitcher looks at the coach and says, take me out, I got nothing else. It's basically a home run derby where you rock the guy so hard, you rock his fastball, and you put the fucking thing in orbit where he's like, nah, man, I gotta jump out. All I'm gonna do is serve you up 10 more home runs. I think it's a controversial topic, to say the very least. I hope Steven has put a whole lot of thought into it. I hope Steven is receptive to the opposition argument. And I hope that there's not something else driving the need to open up Alpha 1 sales. I hope everything in Intrepidville is good, and that honestly they want to open up Alpha 1 sales because they can accommodate more people, and they do want more access. They want more testers, and even that rationale is going to be met with some opposition where people would say, if you have 10,000 people and you're not getting enough data, then why don't you just open up Alpha 1 to the Alpha 2 people and not bring back Alpha 1? So there's going to be a lot there. There's going to be a lot. We're going to see it. Anyways, I'm going to take a quick break before I meet with this lawyer. Before I meet with the paralegal via a phone call at 3:30. Oh, hiring a specialist in web design to revamp their website is a win-win. Absolutely. It's absolutely. Once the hype train came around with the big streamers, Peon's video, that was their moment. If they do it before the beta, that's fine. I really fear they'll leave it like this for release. Nah, they won't leave it like this for release. Yeah, they could frame it as a fan-based demand response. They could. There's steps that they could take. There are steps that they could take to sell that. Right now, if they tried to sell that, I'd say bullshit. Because remember, I don't work for Intrepid. I may be an official content creator, but I don't work for Intrepid. I'll say this to you guys. There is a financial benefit to me if Intrepid does well with Ashes. I have a lot of referrals. When every time I do this and I give my referral link and somebody signs up, every time somebody signs up to Ashes of Creation through my link, that's cha-ching. That's cha-ching, 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 cha-ching down the road for me forever. That is cha-ching forever for the lifetime of your account. That is cha-ching. However, I'm the guy at the end of the day that keeps them honest. I'm the guy that makes sure Intrepid doesn't become Activision or EA or BioWare or ArenaNet or Tryon or Gamigo or Kakao or any of those other shit companies. Because I say what needs to be said, and then it takes out the, well, we couldn't have known. For most of these things, Intrepid can never say, well, we couldn't have known this was going to be the response, because then anybody gets to say, what the fuck do you mean you couldn't have known? One of your official content creators has been putting it everywhere in front of you for years. And so you don't pay attention to your own official content creators? And then again, that just makes everything else said disappear. Do I think they should open up Alpha 1 sales? I do. When and if the time is right, and definitely not before April 11th. Now, some people would say, well, you're going to be selling them packs that they get 5 less days of alpha. They don't get the preview. Yeah, that's what happens when you're late to the party. That's what happens when you're a tester. You're joining when they need you to test, when they need the data. Anyway, guys, it's been a great, amazing show. I will be back on Friday. Want to remind you guys, this is my Jahlon to you. This is the older brother. This is the dad. This is the uncle. This is the grandfather advice. I know a lot of you have had a really rough 2020. All right. I know a lot of you have had a really, really rough 2020. I know a lot of you like to consume adult libations. You like to consume alcohol. Couple of things here. If you shouldn't be going to a party, you should be fucking staying at home. Okay, let me reiterate that. You shouldn't be going to a party. You should be staying at home tomorrow night. If you are going to drink tomorrow night, don't drink yourself stupid. Make sure you drink lots of water. Drink a 12-ounce bottle of water or 16-ounce bottle of water. Once you get your good buzz on, drink a drink. Drink your bottle of water. Drink your drink. Drink your bottle of water. Absolutely no drinking and driving. I will lose all respect for you in the world if you come to me and you say you got a DUI. There's never a reason to get a DUI. Be smart. Be safe. Everybody be back here on Friday so I can yell at you while you have your hangovers. I will be back on Friday, and I will have a Saturday show this week, and then we'll go into the new schedule next week. So you guys be good or be good at it.